Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motor Shocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Commentary Corner. Welcome to Bishopscourt for round 6 of the Ulster Superbike Championship. Apologies for yesterday. We have been having some issues with the stream and the coverage. So hopefully everything today will behave, fingers crossed. So the internet provider hasn't been too kind. So we're going to do the warm-up here very soon. Attention paddock, up to Super Twins. Can you please make your way to the holding area as soon as possible? Everyone are now at their posts and we're ready to get some bikes out onto the track. So up to Super Twins. If you're looking out for your 5 laps, your 5-lap warm-up this morning, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. We want to get things up and running here today. And as soon as these machines leave the holding area, can the Superbikes, Super Sport and pre-injection machines please make themselves available as quickly as possible? Again, up to 45. And if there's any more than 45, we will try and get another group out for you to try and get everyone their 5 laps. So So yeah, fingers crossed, guys. Everything works fine. Just keep a wee eye out on the live comments. And we'll try and keep an eye on them as much as we can today. So the machines will be going out on track now, or very shortly. Up to 45, there are, I think, 34. I heard him here there. So this will be more than likely the only warm-up session for up to Super Twins, and then we'll move on to Superbikes and the pre-injection machines. So here we go then, the machines are out on track. And again, this is up to Super Twin practice. Their warm up for this morning. So this will be obviously Moto 1, Moto 3, 250s, anything up to 650cc. So again, weather is looking pretty good today. Risk of showers in the morning, or in the afternoon, should I say, but the morning is looking pretty good. Again, we'll get things going pretty quickly. We shouldn't have to worry about that. So the first machine's now coming down onto the start and finish straight then. And that's Irwin. So Colin Irwin on his Aprilia, the RK Racing Burrows engineering machine. And that looks like, that was actually an ex-Marty Lennon machine by the looks of it. So you can see here they're primarily Super Twins and Production Twins. A few lightweight machines thrown in there. Roy Worth the way through. Kyle Martin just in behind. So you can see now we're starting to get through some of the Moto 1 machines. Two classic machines there. Andy McCrum on his 500. Charlie on his BMW F900. Oh, and there's Malcolm Love again, just pulling into the paddock. He hasn't had much luck the last few races with that machine. Even yesterday, I don't think he finished the race. Yesterday, he pulled in during qualifying. He tried to get out again, but he had to retire again on the wee 250 Suzuki. Now, he's going straight on down through the pit lane. It may be running a wee bit cold just, so a lot of these machines are just, you tape up the radiator to keep the engine at optimum temperature.
well, as best you can. You go out, try it again. Once you start pushing a wee bit harder, then the bike's running too hot, and you have to take some tape off. It's a vicious cycle with these things, especially the two strokes. A few issues yesterday with some riders with the 650s as well. The 650s they're known to run really, really hot, and that's why you see them with the big radiators on and trying to keep them as cool as possible. Andy McCum got a wee bit of a fright there coming down past us. There's one of the Super Twins blast past him. Billy Dobson there on his Supersport 300 machine. He had a good day yesterday as well. Rocking up 2 second places on that wee machine, that Supersport 300 machine, along with Hubert Tomaszewski. They were pushing hard. You can see how hard the two of them wanted it. So Finn and Wardy out on track. Finn O'Connell, Hayden Clinton as well. And Nicky Burns just pulling in on his production twin. He had a good day yesterday with a production twin win and a second place. He was tipped on the line by his teammate. In the Superbike Cup class, and there is his teammate Graham McAleese. The two of them riding for McKillop Motorcycle. They're situated in around the middle of the paddock. Of course, you can get your tires changed. You can buy all sorts of bits and pieces for your machines. Johnny Parker there on the Parker Transport Moto 3 machine. Malcolm Love coming back in round again. Again, this time he's just opting to go into the paddock then, so he's retired out of this one. Don't forget, Supersport and Superbike machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, including pre-injection machines. So if you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as can. Quite a few machines up there now. Again, if there is enough, we will run a second warm-up for you guys. So again, the machine's still circulating around here, so they're coming in here any time now. And we'll get the Supersport machine, the Superbike machine, and the pre-injections back out onto the track for their warm-up. You can see Erwin just pulling in there on that twin. Again, he may not be making any adjustments, but he looks like he's had enough there of that warm-up. So as you can see, the klaxon sounding there. Again, he didn't get it easy. He didn't get it all his own way yesterday with Christian Elkin on his tail. So there's the checkered flag out now then. And the machines have been coming around. The riders have been going back to their setup in the paddock. Having a wee word, of course. Track temperature is down from what it was yesterday. It's 24 at the minute. Again, setup. It can all change later. A lot of people don't think track temperature makes a big difference, but looking up here, anytime I glance at the track temperature, some people forget. And the push is hard as what they did maybe when it was a wee bit warmer. And that doesn't work. So the 24 degrees at the minute track temperature. Yesterday it got up to 38 degrees. Young Joe Herr, Joe done well yesterday. 2/5 on that wee 250 Kawasaki. Again, Joel Hur in the Moto 1 class. Of course, all these riders in the Moto 1 class, the majority of them coming up through from the IMC, Irish Superbike Championship. And of course, Tim Scott. Tim Scott is, you might have seen it on his Facebook, his social media pages. He's walking all the tracks in Northern Ireland short circuits. I've seen him, he walked on the treadmill the length of Arcadilly. So, and he's doing that for cancer. There's a young lady walking about and she's selling air fresheners in and around the paddock. So please stick your hand in your pocket. It's for a brilliant cause. It's £2 an air freshener. You can't put a price on smelling nice, especially in this game. Hubert Tomaszewski there on the Yamaha. Again, 2 wins yesterday. We're looking for much the same today. Wee bike is pretty well set up and he knows how to handle it. But I don't think he's going to get it easy again today with Bailey Dobson on his tail. And he would have had a wee chat last night, talking tactics. Looking up, I know the first race he did struggle. Bailey did struggle up around Dunsfort direction, the top half of the track, just before you come down onto the start and finish straight again. But at the end of the first race, he came about and he seemed to have nailed it, and he followed that through into the second race. So again, a lot to be said for racecraft, and he's certainly taken everything in. So the Supersport, Superbikes and pre-injection machines should all be in the holding area. Quite a few bikes there, just here and there. That session, although it was got the checkered flag, it was finished. It is now a red flag. There's an incident at the back half of the track, so we're just waiting to hear that. So there will be a slight delay here. And if I hear any updates, we'll be soon to let you know. But this has been red flagged at the minute. So I think we're more or less ready to go now again, ladies and gentlemen. So again, swift work there from the ground staff here at Bishopscourt. Again, doing a wonderful job there, clearing up. I think the paramedics are just going to have a wee check over on the rider. Again, doing a great job all weekend, so let's hope they're not busy today and have a nice relaxing day. So the machine is just pushed over to the side at fairways 2. And we're doing some final last checks around the circuit just to make sure everything is perfectly clear and we can get the bikes back out onto the track. So again, Supersport, Superbike, pre-injection machines. You make your way to the holding area. The holding area is packed at the minute, but I'm not sure whether we're going to get a second run at it. So we'll see once the machines are all out on track. We can keep an eye on the numbers, and fingers crossed you all get your 5 laps. So here we go then, the machine's back out on track. We'll get this 5 lap warm up. Again, it's always good to get a wee shakedown in the morning, get a wee warm up in the mornings, because there's nothing as bad as going straight out into a race. I know a lot of the road races are like that, and it is difficult for a lot of the clubs to run warm-ups because we're always have time against us. Great job for the Mid Antrim 100 club for accommodating the riders here with this 5 laps. That's all it takes, 5 laps. Get into the swing of it instead of coming around doing one warm-up lap onto the grid and then absolutely flat out as hard as you can go straight away. Sometimes it is not ideal. And here we go then, the first machine down past us then, that's Ross Irwin. Ross Irwin also riding the Magic Bullet Ducati Supersport machine this weekend. Carl Phillips away past us there then. And that's Ryan Gibson. Good run yesterday for Ryan Gibson. He was dicing it out with Derek Shields all day. He had caught the first race, Gibson had caught the group ahead of him, and then just near the end just started tailing off. I tell you what, there's nothing wrong with the Speed Lot Suzuki of Nicky Burns as he cuts through that group ahead of him there. Young Scott Clemens, good day for Scott as well yesterday. A couple of top 10s bagged. Build of the confidence, and he'll follow that through into today, no doubt. A lot of the machines. Again, there's a few Imperial Jackson machines away through there. And that's Brett McCallan on the ZX6 machine. Oh, a bit of a moment there. Who was that? It was Ross Irwin. So straight away out of the blocks, he wants to push that Magic Bullet Fireblade pretty quick. And so does Johnny Campbell. Johnny Campbell away through. He had lots of issues yesterday on that BMW. He was not happy. He tried a few things in qualifying, and unfortunately during qualifying he had to retire a couple of times, and he came in and out and it just wasn't working for him, but he still managed to, I think it was third, he still managed to qualify, it was indeed so. And he got a good podium finish in the first race as well. He had to retire out of the second race, unfortunately. He was down in 8th place, I think, after the start. And then he had brought the vehicle, I don't know where I am sometimes. He brought the bike back into the paddock and he called it a day. But it's looking good for him so far this morning. In warm up, he's looking quick, he's looking sharp. Here's a whole gaggle of riders here coming down, a few pre-injection machines. And that's Graham Smallwoods again, Brett McCallum. Tom Oliver way through there on his R1, still getting the swing of it. I was talking to Tom Oliver. There's Carl Phillips just passing Graham McAleese there, so Graham McAleese may get a wee tow with him and a wee show round. Ross Irwin, number 9, pulling in there. Yeah, so Tom Oliver, a few weeks ago at Tonragee, he had a great run. He's always smiling, that man. And I asked him where the big lady was, the R1, the Superbike. And he just laughed at me. There was no chance of me pulling that round here. So he's still getting used to it. Still a lot of work to do for Tom, but it's coming on leaps and bounds. He's right at the pointy end now on that Yamaha in the Superbike Cup class. So it looks like there's a few machines in the holding area there at the minute. The Superbike, Super Sport and the pre-injection. Don't forget, there will be one, this will be the last practice session. So this one that is going out onto track very shortly will be the last session. So we're having 3 sessions and then we'll get racing. Carl Phillips away through. Incidentally, the first race of course coming up is the Super Twins and Production Twins. So again, these riders will be getting the checkered flag any second now. And the third session then will be going out on track. And of course the first race of the day will be the Super Twins and Production Twins out on track. Longer races today, don't forget guys. So I hope you've had your Weetabix and your bananas this morning, because you're going to need them. So for the first set of races before the Neil Robinson Memorial Superbike Pro Race, so Super Twins, Classics, Super Sport, Sidecar, Moto 1 are all 8 laps. So we had a couple of 6-lap races yesterday as well, so we had 7-lap races. And the Neil Robinson Memorial Superbike Race will be over 12 laps. And then it varies the whole way down the programme lane depending on class. So it will be difficult out there. It's quite a physical track, this, quite fast, it's very twisty. You have to pull the bike, you have to pull your body weight quite a bit around, especially around the back half of the track. Oh man, this Montiva is coming in then on his BMW. Scott Clements and his R6 Yamaha. Again, good day yesterday for Scott. Jordan Larkin as well. Jordan Larkin struggling to get that machine of his off the line yesterday, and he gave himself an awful lot of hard work to do. There's Ryan Gibson and Johnny Campbell away through then. Ryan Gibson just coming up to some slower traffic there. Again, it won't bother him too much. Some of the Superbike riders just hold him back there to try and get a good charge at it. And try and get some fast laps in. Even a few sectors, some fast sectors could help. Young Martin pulling in there. His ZX6. Evan Larkin then. I was laughing yesterday. Evan Larkin, his name was on one of the lists that I had to call out, but I couldn't read Kitty Harlan's writing, and it actually looked like Eva Larkin. And I knew rightly it wasn't him, but he came over to me. He came over earlier on, God love him, and he says, "You've got my name wrong. My name's not Eva." He says, "I know, buddy. I was only winding you up." So that's Evan Larkin then. The older R1 Yamaha there. Lovely machine. Again, came away with a win yesterday in the Plain Jackson class. So, actually, speaking of Evan Larkin, he had a good. Tina giving me the thumbs up there. Yeah, he had a couple of good starts yesterday on that machine, so he could maybe give his brother a few tips of how to get the bike off the line. So the third session then, we'll be leaving pit lane very shortly. Well, any second now the bikes will be back on the track. And then we'll move on to the racing. The first race of the day, the Super Twins and Production Twins. Great way to start a good day's racing under the sunshine here at Bishopscourt. And if you are just joining us, welcome guys to round 6 of the Ulster Superbike Championship, brought to you by the Mid Antrim 100 Club. This is the Neil and Donny Robinson Memorial Trophy races this weekend. So we have the Neil Robinson Memorial race, and that is race 6 in your programme. And the Donny Robinson Memorial is race 11, that's the Supersport Pro. So the Neil Robinson Memorial is the Superbikes, Donny Robinson, the Supersport race. Again guys, don't forget there was a change of the programmes yesterday, and it will be following through today as well. So before the sidecars, that's between race 3 and 4. After the Super Sport, just make sure I've got this right or I'll get shouted at. Yep, so after the Super Sport is the Superbike Cup and pre-injection. I'll just write that down for myself because I will forget. And then the Supersport Cup, there's a huge grid of Supersport Cup riders here this weekend. So they will have their own race, and that will stay after the Superbike, so that's race 7. So here's the next session back out then. A lot of riders maybe just holding back as well, because it was quite busy. It was quite busy in this one as well, actually. So there are probably the equal amount of machines out on track in this third session. So here they come then down. Thomas McAdoo chipping away yesterday as well. He was slightly further down the field yesterday morning, but he got a good start in his second race, and he was able to clinch the top 10 as well. So, and that's Alexander Rowan. Remember, Alexander Rowan, he retired out of yesterday's first Moto 3 race, but he had settled down and he was able to get out in the second Moto 3 race to take the win. and a win also in the pre-injection class. Absolutely blitzed it. He gave himself a wee bit of work to do though, because he came from 5th and 6th. And he worked his way up to a win, and he managed to open up a massive gap then on P2. So Thomas McAdoo just making his way back round here again. And that is Ross Irwin away through. Jack Cadwell, Conor McGahan on the R6, Thomas McAdoo. And Dan Matheson as well. Matheson had a good day yesterday, a steadier day on both machines. The R6 Yamaha, and of course that BMW 1000RR. So a call then for Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area, please. That's Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area as quickly as you can. Again, still quite a bit of traffic out there. Not as many in this group coming in and out making adjustments. And of course, you make an adjustment when the track temperature's as cold as this and you're not long out of bed. It could be probably a waste of time. Ross Irwin back out in this one, so he sneaked back out for an extra couple of laps. There's James Chalk. Mark Conlon on the Ducati. He had a good few solid finishes yesterday on that NRG Ducati. And Knowles there on the lovely blue R6 Yamaha, just moving over to the left there. He didn't give himself an awful lot of room there to get past, but few machines. This session then will be ending in about half a minute or so. So the Super Twins and Production Twins, if you can make your way through the holding area, please, as quickly as possible. William Donnelly just coming in through into the paddock there. And look at Ross Irwin. He's pushing hard on that Magic Bullet Fireblade. I think yesterday he had a lot of work to do yesterday with that Ducati as well. And I was talking to Alan Irwin yesterday, and he was saying that he was trying to ride it a wee bit too much like a superbike. Them Ducatis, you can run them pretty deep into the corner. You have to remember, they are very torquey, them Ducatis as well, so you do have to stand them up a wee bit quicker than what you would have to do the likes of these Yamahas that do hug the corners. But again, just getting in the swing of it yesterday with that Ducati, and I'm sure as the day went on, he got quicker and quicker each time, so keep a wee eye out on him today and see how well he gels with that Ducati. There's Dixon away through there on his ZX6. Good day yesterday for Dixon as well. It was steady. He was close to taking the win as well, but at the end it just wasn't meant to be for him. I think he finished 4th in the second race then, but a great battle between the four of them at the front. There's Irwin pulling in then. So that's the checkered flag out now. Gary Scott away through. So the checkered flag's out. If the remainder of the Super Twins and Production Twins could make their way through the holding area as quickly as they can. Alright folks, so that's all the machines back into the paddock now. And the Super Twins and Production Twins will be out on track very shortly. Just a few last minute checks around the track. And it looks like we're good to go then. So the Super Twins, Production Twins, first race of the day. And this is over 8 laps. So the Super Twins and Super Mono, sponsored by Sammy Hoy. And the Production Twins, Sam Eccles. And again, always great racing from these machines. So they're leaving the paddock now to commence their warm-up lap. So it is a sighting lap and a warm-up lap in one. So they will come round to the line, take up their position. And then we are good to go for racing. Pole position then goes to Christian Elkin. He had a great time yesterday during qualifying. So Christian Elkin with a 1:11.0 qualifying time. Colin Irwin then in second on the Aprilia, a 1:11.1. Dean McMaster in third, a 1:11.9. Finn and Wardy qualified fourth, a 1:12.3. Finn O'Connell in fifth with a 1:13.3. Hayden Clinton in sixth with a 1:14.2. Michael Gillen in seventh, a 1:14.3. Eighth place then is Keelan Smith with a 1:15.3. Ronan Waters in ninth with a 1:15.7. And Graham McAleese, the first of the Production Twins, in 10th, a 1:15.9. Brandon Kavanagh then lines up in 11th. Nicky Burns just behind, second of the Production Twins. Again, Nicky will be pushing for another win here today. Charlie Reynolds in the BMW F 900R lines up in 13th. Harry McAleese in 14th. Shane Doran in 15th. Kyle Martin in 16th. Tom Oliver 17th. Matthew Curry in 18th. 19th then, number 60, Matthew Watson. And lines up number 20, or 199 should I say, in 20th, Michael McSweeney. So Elgie just getting into position there. And Colin Irwin alongside him, along with Dean McMaster, Finn Wardy. So we'll wait for the final positions just to be taken up. And I think that machine's just going to start at the back then. And we await the green flag. And the green flag is waved. They engage gear. They're told to watch the lights. Revs go up. And away they go. Out past us here as the comedy booth vibrates. And the machines head out for turn one, and it looks like Christian Elkin has got the whole shot in this one. And they've set the car alarms off here at the paddock in Bishopscourt. So the machines then are down at the hairpin already. We'll keep a close eye just to see a glimmer of colour, if we can get some sort of hint of who it is here. So they're pretty close coming out of the chicane. And it's Christian Elkin then, and Irwin in second. Head down fairways 1 and 2, up into Ringawati. Erwin struggling there on the exit of fairways, but through Ringawati then, someone running really wide on the exit. I think maybe losing a position there, but up into Dunsfort now. Out onto the start and finish then for the first time. Christian Elgin, big long loop behind Erwin. Well, he can see Finn Wardy just behind him. So Finn Wardy again yesterday had a fantastic day as they make their way through. So it's Christian Elgin, Finn Wardy, Dean McMaster, Hayden Clinton, Finn O'Connell, Michael Gillen, Brandon Kavanagh, Ronan Waters 8th, Graham McAleese 9th, Cian Smith 10th, Sean Dorn in 11th, Nicky Burns in 13th, he's 3rd in the production, Graham McAleese leading the production and Dorn in 2nd, Kyle Martin 4th in the production class. Kyle had a good race yesterday as well on that SV 650, and he got a good solid 3rd place out of the last race yesterday. So the machine's heading back up towards us again through fairways then, and it's still Christian Elgin. Erwin really late on the brakes, but Finn Wardy is really pushing the front end of that machine. You can see it bucking and diving underneath him as he tries to get up closer to Erwin, and they've drawn Christian Elgin back in again. Up at Dunsford, get the power on nice and early, get it out onto the fat part of the tyre, and these torquey machines away past Dean McMaster, still in with a shout here. Finn Wardy away through Colin Erwin. So Erwin has posted the fastest lap of 1:13.0. He is on a charge now. Christian Elgin again is not going to get it easy in this one. Oh, a retirement there from Kyle Martin. Commentary curse there. He had a good day yesterday and he's retired out of this one, unfortunately, from 4th in the production class. So once again, here they come up towards the Herb, and it's still Elke in the lead from Erwin. Finn Wardy a lot closer than what he was on the... Oh, he's lost a wee bit of drive just coming out of the chicane there. You can hear the thunder of them in the background as they head towards fairways. Again, Dean McMaster just starting to drop off that group there in 4th place, and he may be dropping into the clutches of Finn O'Connell. So Finn O'Connell could be in with a chance here for some extra points. Out on the start and finish straight once again. Again, Erwin looking behind him there. Does he feel a wee bit of pressure there from Finn and Wardy? Across the line, and he should feel pressure from Finn and Wardy because he has posted the fastest lap, a 1:12.626 so far for 3rd place man. Nicky Burns across the line then. Graham McAleese still leading. That's Nicky's teammate, still ahead of him. Dornan in between them, and Nicky Burns in that 3rd place. Tom Oliver's lying 16th at the minute. Matthew Watson is now up to 17th, and he's brought Matthew Curry with him. So looking back at the chicane then. Oh, and something's happened here at the front. So it's Erwin that is in the lead, but he's pulled a massive gap now on Christian Elgin. So there might have been a wee bit of argy-bargy there in and around the hairpin. And Elgin and Wardy have both dropped off. So we'll see what this lap time is of Erwin's. If it's quicker again, it has been a clean enough move, no doubt. Oh, they're pretty out onto the grass here at Bishopscourt. So Colin Erwin's transponder just isn't registering correctly here. There he is now. So Erwin, fastest lap there, 1:11.2 compared to Christian Elgin's 1:12.0. And Finn and Wardy at 1:12.1. So a massive time difference, and a 0.6 the gap is up to. So a call please for the classic machines to the holding area. We have the classic machines to the holding area. 3.5 laps to go of this race then. Who's going to take the spoils as we look down towards Erwin, and he's pulled again another 5-6 bike lengths on Christian Elgin. Finn and Wardy so late on the brakes there. You can see how much he pushes that front end. The front end slide and the back end's coming around to meet it. on the entrance to that chicane. Through fairways then, up through into Dunsport and back out onto the start and finish. Look at Irwin using all of the track and a wee bit more. Finn and Wardy getting a wee bit excited there too. Number 111 machine, Dean McMaster, again just dropping off. The gap now back from Irwin to Elke is 1.497. That's Michael Gillen away through. Brandon Calvin in a good solid 8th place. Keelan Smith in 9th. 10th is Ronan Waters as we look back towards the leaders then. Just look at that lead that Irwin has now coming out of the hairpin. It's not all over yet. Chris Nelson still under a wee bit of pressure from Dean McMaster there. So Dean McMaster still pushing hard. His last lap was a 1:13.3. Or Finn, he could maybe catch Finn and Wardy here. Although he's just dropped off coming into the chicane. So a lot of hard work for him to do. Coming on the start and finish straight then. So Wardy pushing hard, pulling Irwin, then posting the fastest lap again for Irwin. He's currently a 1:11.1. Finn Wardy. Dean McMaster is going to struggle with this one. Finn O'Connell in 5th place. Keegan Smith that 4th place. Has he got enough time to do anything about him? So the production twins then. We keep an eye on Graham McAleese as he rounds. Oh, a wee bit of a moment there for Graham McAleese as he comes out of Dunsport. But his teammate Nicky Burns still pushing hard. So Nicky Burns now up into 2nd place. So Doran making a huge mistake somewhere. He's 13th on the road, but he's now 3rd in the production class. Oh, so what's happened here? So Chris Nelson has now closed the gap back up to Irwin. Has Irwin made a mistake somewhere around the track? So that gap the last time was 1.5 seconds. Irwin pushing hard once again. He may have made a mistake. Watch this lap time from Christian Elkin. He's right back with him now. The gap is now down. We'll have to wait for the correct time here. 0.663. Christian Elkin, that was his fastest lap of 1:11.5, but not the fastest of the race. So again, look at the production twins then. The gap back from Graham McAleese to Nicky Burns was 2.1 seconds the last time round. So the classic machines, please, if you can make your way to the hold now. This is the last lap. We'll have a retirement there. Now the gap then, Graham McAleese, 2.3 seconds now. As we look back towards the leaders. So it's still Irwin as the tip into Ringawati. They're coming up the slower riders here. They might not catch them before Dunsport, but Chris Nelson is really starting to reel Irwin in now. They're heading up towards Dunsport now. That wee bit of traffic, Irwin might be thinking, how am I going to get past him down this straight? And that may slow him up. He doesn't run as wide as what he has in previous days, but it's got to be Irwin that takes the win from Christian Elkin and Finn and Wardy. What a battle that was. Wardy in a very respectable 3rd place. Oh, Dean McMaster has lost 4th place now. So it's Finn O'Connell who is promoted to 4th across the line on the last lap. Dean McMaster taking 5th. Michael Gillen then, that's Hayden Clinton across the line in 6th place. Oh, right out to the white line there for Michael Gillen. Brandon Kavanagh finishing in 8th place then. Now we keep an eye on the production twins. I think Graham McAleese is safe enough. Look at the lean angle he has on that machine as he rounds Dunsport and takes the checker flag then. Winner of the production twins, and what a fight there. Nicky Burns again standing on the podium for 2nd place. Oh, Charlie Reynolds on the BMW F900R. Reynolds through in 12th place then. Doran in 13th, McAleese 14th. That's Harry McAleese. Tom Oliver then across the line in 15th place. So again, Classic Machines up next as the Super Twins start to make their way back round into the paddock. And of course, prize presentation, guys. So there will be a prize presentation at the end of every race if you can make your way, if you're lucky enough to get into the top 3 in your class. If you can make your way, please, over to the podium. And my good friend Jack Agnew will host the prize presentation for us here today. Elke really pushed hard in that one. Elke's last lap was a 1:11.5. Irwin's last lap was a 1:11.6. So maybe just tailing off. The tyre might have been tailing off ever so slightly. So again, Classic Machines, please. Last call for the classic bikes to the holding area. Get yourselves to the holding area as soon as you can, please. So Irwin, Elke and Finn and Wardy, first, second and third, will be heading to the podium, along with Graham McAleese, Nicky Burns and Sean Dorn for the production class. So again, the clock, of course, just putting out a call throughout the track just to make sure everyone is in position and that there's no hazards about the track. So Classic Machines will be out on track any second now. If you can please get yourselves up to the holding area. Okay, so the Classic Machines going out for their second lap now. So Andy Kildare will be on pole for this one. Barry Davison retired out of the race yesterday, and unfortunately he stayed parked throughout the day. So fingers crossed he's that machine sorted and he can get back out racing, doing what he does best. Nigel Moore then third. Stephen Mason lines up in fourth. And I think we're going to do the prize presentation here for the Super Twins and the Production Twins. So we'll hand over to the prize presentations now.
For the Super Twins and Production Twins, the Super Twins, sponsored by Stanley Hughes, is with us, and the Production Twins, sponsored by Sam Idle. We'll do the Production Twins first. In third place was number 94, Ian Doran. Second place is number 311, Nicky Burns. And the winner of the production number 131, the California ticket, first, second. Next one. Okay, on to the silver turn. It's third place, number 111, Peter Wilson. Second place, number 8, Christian Elgin. Okay. And fourth place, number 96, Neil and Donny. Our first sponsor, Atomic Good, for the silver medal.
So great shooting there, but here comes the classic bikes then up next as the prize presentation finishes up. Looking there, Nigel Moore got a great start there, but it looked like Andrew McCrum with the whole shot perhaps, and with that orange bib on. Remember, the orange bibs indicating newcomers for this season. So he seems to be cutting his teeth pretty well here in the classic scene. So the machines at the hairpin now. Not as big a grids here today as there was yesterday of classic bikes. A few machines retiring yesterday again. They're very temperamental. And they take an awful lot of looking after. So the bike's just exiting the chicane now and making their way back up through fairways then. Fairways 1, 2 into Dunsford. It's still McCrum that is in the lead of this one. And you see they're just concertinaing it up here at Dunsford. So McCrum, he has pretty good corner speed there through Dunsford out on the start and finish then. Just has to get the drive. But look at Andy Kildare. Once he gets the taps opened up on that machine, that 750, he's still in the slipstream of the 500 with McCrum. And no, he's not able to get past him there. Andy Kildare had to get tucked back in behind Andrew McCrum. So it's McCrum, Kildare, Mason, Moore in 4th place, Anthony Ambler in 5th, Ian Thompson in 6th, Sean Leonard then in 7th, Mark Cowan 8th, Phil Murphy in 9th, Brian Harding 10th, 11 is Colin McCann, Adam McKee in 12th, Brendan Neeson in 13th, and we don't have Barry Davison, Linton Irwin, Brian Mateer, Brian Alexander, Eddie Gilmore, Phil Lunny and Malcolm Love, unfortunately. So a huge chunk taken out of the grids there. Again, back at the hairpin then. The machine's just coming underneath the windmill. Andy McCrum under pressure now. Kildare up the inside of McCrum at the chicane. Through fairways into Ringawati then. McCrum nearly has to park that 500 mid-corner to get the thing moving again. So at Dunsford then, Kildare already, or apologies, that's number 47, Mason. So Mason came out of nowhere. Kildare's dropped right back in that one as he made a mistake at the top half of the track. Ian Thompson away through there, Sean Leonard, number 26 then of Mark Cowan. Again, Mason had a great run yesterday, bringing it home in 2nd place. So Stephen Mason pushing hard in this one. He doesn't want to have Andy Kildare anywhere near him in this race. So they've bunched back up slightly again at the hairpin. And then in through the chicane. So this is boding well then for the 350 machines. We have a 350 in the lead, a 500 in second. Nigel Moore then has got the better of Kildare. And again, look at Kildare. He's just pushing hard. He's up there with Mason now. And he's back up into the lead of this race. through Ringawati, but keep an eye on Stephen Mason on the entrance to Dunsford. Is he able to close them back up again? And he does. Look at the mid-corner speed that Stephen Mason has on that 350 and even the exit, but look, he's going to open the tops there on that number 51 machine. Mason not even using the slipstream. Kildare moving right over to the left hand side to try and prevent that from happening. Sean Leonard nearly within slipstream contention now of Ian Thompson, the Silver Dream machine. So it's still Andy Kildare back in the lead then, a 125.4 on that lap compared to Stephen Mason's time, a 126.4. Nigel Moore in third with a 126.5, but of course second to the 350s. Mason leading the 350s and Kildare leading the open class. Kildare not getting away with this one. Stephen Mason still there, still right on his tail. And he's bringing Nigel Moore along with him. Nigel Moore, he was in a couple of good battles yesterday, but that's not where he wants to be. He wants to be as high up on that podium as he can. Mason and Nigel Moore closing Kildare right back up again through the tricky sections of the track. Through Ringawati. Ringawati can be quite tricky. The track, it sort of closes in on you on the exit of Ringawati. Here we go, number 51 then, across the line. Looks like the fastest lap again there from Andy Kildare, perhaps a 125.2, but Stephen Mason ever so slightly closer to him there. He done a 125.4. Nigel Moore 125.8. Anthony Ambler first of the 500s in fourth. Andy McCrum now dropped down to fifth place. Anthony Ambler has got the better of him there. Ian Thompson in sixth. Sean Leonard seventh. Mark Cowan across the line in eighth. Of course, leader of the open class is Andy Kildare. Second place is Ian Thompson. 350s then, Mason leading the 350s from Nigel Moore. Third place is Mark Cowan. Callum McCann in fifth. And Brendan Neeson in sixth. So the gap now starting to open up from Kildare to Mason and even to Nigel Moore. So the gap back from Andy Kildare was 0.3. And from Mason to Nigel Moore was 1.2. 0.3 apologies back from Andy Kildare. Again, slide off there for Mason up at Dunsford. So the rider, he is up and okay. He was pushing hard. So that's Stephen Mason. Lost the back end there at Dunsford, but he's perfectly fine. And that's him dropped out of second or first place of the 350s then and second place on the road. So Nigel Moore now promoted to the lead of the 350s, and he's going to be sniffing the win on the road in this one as well. So he'll be chasing Andy Kildare. He was 3.1 seconds back on Andy Kildare. Don't think he's going to have much time because the end of this race is coming up very shortly. So can we get the Super Sport machines then, please, to the holding area? That's the Super Sport machines to the holding area. 2.5 laps left of this race. And that, as we know in these races, anything can happen. So good to see Stevie Mason up on his feet there, just pushing that machine to the absolute limit and beyond. He caught up right back with Andy Kildare again. Them 350s are a lot more nimble than the likes of the 750. But just a wee bit too nimble as he lost the back end, trying to get the power on nice and early to get the drive and get the better of that Andy Kildare. So here we go then. Kildare across the line, and look at that gap now back to Nigel Moore. Well, Nigel, he doesn't have to push anymore. He's got a lot of experience. He's got a wise head on him. He's got his own championship to chase, and he's leading this race by an absolute mile. So second place then, Mark Cowan will wait on him. Nigel Moore has plenty of time. He just has to nurse that machine home. Ian Thompson then, second place man in the open, across the line. We can see, have a look for Kyan. What was his time? That time round was 1:31.4 compared to his best of 1:30.2 on that lap. You can just hear that machine flipping down the gears of Andy Kildare as he tips through fairways 1 and 2. And once again up and through Dunsfort. So another call for the Super Sport machines, please. If you can make it to the holding area, that's the Super Sport machines to the holding area as quickly as you can. There we go then. Last lap time for Andy Kildare. You'll be glad to see that one. 6.2 second lead now over Nigel Moore. Ian Thompson then will be second man in the open class, but Nigel Moore leading the 350s from Mark Cowan. Mark Cowan currently down in 6th place. So here's Ian Thompson then, closely followed by Cowan and Sean Leonard. Sean Leonard just dropping off that wee bit. Leonard third in the 500s at the minute. Andrew McCrum in second. And Anthony Ambler, of course, he's promoted to third on the road and leading the 500 class. Okay, and you can just hear the winds change here at Bishopscourt, and the sound is echoing through the comedy box here. So he rounds, Andy Kildare rounds Dunsfort then. Oh, big wide line there from someone that looked like McCrum, but here he comes then. Number 51 has it done. Once again, Andy Kildare takes the win. And the fastest lap in the last lap of 1:23.8 from Andy Kildare. And here's Nigel Moore, your winner of the 350s across the line. Number 903, that is Phil Murphy, 4th in the 500s across the line there. Battle further down the road then, that's number 59, Anthony Ambler, winner of the 500s, takes the checkered flag. Andrew McCrum then, with a wee wave, so Andy McCrum across the line, 2nd place in the 500 class and 4th on the road. Ian Thompson, across the line, 2nd in the open class, followed by Mark Cowan, 3rd in the 350s. Sean Leonard was 5th or 3rd in the 500s. We're waiting for 3rd place man for the 350s as Brian Harding. And again, another call please for the Super Sport machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. So again, we're going to be doing a podium presentation then for all of these classes. We'll just await the Super Sport machines to go out on their warm-up lap, and we may miss the start of the race, unfortunately, as they have the prize presentation and the mics. They do interfere with my mic up here, so I have to play second fiddle for now, but we will try and keep you up to date, and we'll do a wee rewind of the race and go through it all. So that's the Supersport machines then going out onto the track for their warm-up lap. After this one will be the Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines, remember. So Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines will be up after the Supersport machines. So we're awaiting the prize presentation then for the classic machines. But for Supersport, lining up on pole position, Christian Elgin. With a qualifying time of 1:09.3, followed by Corey McGreevy in second place. Mark Conlon lines up in third. Fourth is Ross Irwin. Fifth, Rob McCauley. Don't forget, Rob is a cup rider and extremely impressive indeed. So he's first of the cup riders, way up there in fifth place. Sixth is Ross Moore. That's Gary Scott in seventh. Robert Waddell, second of the cup riders, in eighth place. And we have Warren Knowles. Great run yesterday for young Warren. Up into ninth place. Thomas McAdoo, 10th. Michael Gillen in 11th. 12th is William Donnelly. And I think the big man, we're just waiting for Jack maybe for the presentation. I'll keep an eye on them anyway. William Donnelly 12th. 13th is Daniel Matheson. 14th is Jack Cadwell. Stephen Love 15th. Keelan Smith 16th. 17th is Michael Gahan. 18th is Ross Martin. 19th Michael Carr, and Brett McCallan rounds up the top 20. That's the way they line up on the grid. So the machine's just lining up there. Christian Elgin in second. It says in my time screen that Christian Elgin's on pole, but the same happened in the Super Twin race as well. I'll flick through the paperwork. Okay guys, so Supersport race just lining up here and then. Getting themselves ready. Just waiting, a few adjustments being made there at the back. Wee bit pernickety maybe from one of the marshals. Oh, there we go. I think it was Alan Myers just having some issues with that Slemish Water Suzuki, but here we go. They're told to watch the lights. Oh, away they go. Oh no, Gary Scott is having issues there at the back of the field. Very, very lucky not to be hit there, but Christian Elgin and Mark Conlon looks like they've got a really good start there. Gary Scott, so lucky there, the number 6 machine, as he leaves us here. So the machine's just heading down towards the hairpin now. Can't really see who is in the lead, as Jack Agnew still doing the prize presentation, unfortunately. So no track commentary, but lucky enough with these guys. If you tune in, look at the offer that you're getting here. And I'm joined by Alan Irwin as well, who keeps getting in the road. But here we go then. The leaders. Oh, it's Mark Conlon that's in the lead of this one. From Mark Conlon up through Ringawati, through Fairways, Christian Elgin in second place, and I think that is maybe Ross Irwin who is in third. Here we go, back down on the start and finish straight then. Not sure if, as Jack maybe finished the prize presentation with the 600s are through here now. Mark Collin in the lead. Had a fantastic start there alongside Christian Elgin. Ross Irwin in third, Rob McCauley fourth, Ross Moore in fifth, Michael Gillen in sixth place, seventh is Robert Waddell, William Donnelly, good start there in eighth, Jack Caldwell ninth, Thomas McAdoo round up the top 10, and there's Ross Martin as well, fourth of the Cup Riders in 11th. Let's see, Mark Conlon, where's Rob McCauley? Oh, Rob McCauley up in the fourth place now, first of the Cup Riders. Of course, he's only 1.5 seconds back off the leader. And here they come once again through the chicane. Oh, look at Christian Elgin. He's right on Conlon now. He's going to do him on the brakes here, is he? Up the inside. No, Collins able to get that Ducati stop. Oh, Christian Elgin. The old switcheroo around the outside. And through. Oh, he's done him again there just on the entrance to Dunsford. So Mark Conlon back at him again. On the exit of Dunsford then, on the start and finish straight, here they come. Look at the slipstream that's needed for that R6 Yamaha of Christian Elgin. He moves over to the right hand side, in the turn run then, but the Ducati is just a wee bit too much for Elke. Elke posting the fastest lap of 111.1. Ross Irwin still holding on there in third place at 111.1 as well, and Mark Collin at 111.3. So the three of them heading into the hairpin then. A wee bit tight there from, it looked like Christian Elgin just running a tight line into the hairpin. He's maybe trying to square the corner off. But here they come then. Still Colin, is it going to be deja vu from the last lap? Elke lines him up. He's going to ride around the outside of Mizzy and then up the inside of Dunsford. No. He thinks, or Ringawati, apology, he thinks better of it, but he gets good drive out of Ringawati. You can see the back end of that R6 dancing about. Again, Ross Irwin just getting the hang of this Ducati at Magic Bullet, and he's certainly doing a good job of it. Here we go then. Ducati, Yamaha, Ducati across the line. Mark Collin posting the fastest lap, a 1:10.7 that time round. Christian Elgin again moving over the right hand side. He knows he has to stay in the slipstream of that Ducati. Great battle further back. Michael Gillen, Ross Martin now up in the 8th place. And third of the Cup Riders, William Donnelly 9th, Jack Cadwell in 10th, Thomas McAdoo demoted to 11th place at the minute. So back at the leaders then, they're out of the hairpin. They're starting to break away now. I think that's Ross Irwin just tailing off a wee bit. Settling for that third place, getting the points. First weekend out on that machine. So Elke still pushing hard. He's right on the back end of Mark Collin. He's dropped off a wee bit. I think he's looking to get a wee bit of drive then and square Dunsford off on the start and finish. If he can do that, he might have a better chance into turn 1. So Elke with a wide line through Dunsford. And again, standing that R6 up nice and early. That's what he has to do to get near this Ducati. He's just peeling off that ever so slightly, a 1:10.2 that time from Mark Collin. Fastest lap once again from Conlon. Call for the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines, please, to the holding area. That's the Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area. So Colin with the fastest lap, still pulling away from Christian Elgin and Ross Moore.
For somebody from the Swimming Spring Waters for the or the Robinson family.
So great running there. We'll go back to the leaders then. If we can see them, there we go then. Mark Conlon. Again, is Christian Elgin just waiting to pounce here. Waiting for the last lap. Of course, we've seen it before. You have to be careful if there's a stoppage and the race is declared like it was yesterday. And once they cross the line, then there'll only be 3 laps to go of this race. So again, Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines. So here we go, across the line. Christian Elgin slightly faster that time than Mark Conlon, a 1:10.2. With Christian Elgin 0.1 seconds back off him now as they disappear behind the trees once again. William Donnelly having a good race there, along with Ross Martin just ahead of him, still chasing him down, and McAdoo still holding on that 11th place just in front of Brett McCollum. Jordan Larkin way through on the ZX 6 machine. Again, Larkin got promoted from the Cup class up until the Pro, Supersport Pro as we're calling this. Just while it's a wee bit quieter here, we have someone from Slemish Water, please, to the podium, and from the Robinson family also, if we can do that. That would be fantastic. Mark Collin getting the drive on nice and early on that Ducati. You can see the back end of the Ducati just bouncing about a wee bit. You can see the preload working hard here, but look at Christian Elgin on the drive out of Dunsford. They're side by side, and he has to get tucked back in. He's no other choice to get tucked back into that Ducati. Ross Irwin in a comfortable third place here at the minute. Rob McCauley doing a superb job there. First of the Cup riders in fourth. Ross Moore in fifth then on the Yamaha and the CBR 600. Robert Waddell in sixth. Michael Gillen across the line again. Oh, look at William Donnelly. He's closed up on Ross Martin now. So Ross Martin's going to be under pressure here very, very shortly. Back to the leaders then. Through the chicane. Oh, look at the drive that Christian Elgin's getting there out of that one. Again on the brakes, close right up against him now. He's going to have to do something pretty sharpish here. The last lap flag then is being readied. Again, another call for Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines. Through Dunsford then. He's trying everything he can, Christian Elgin. He crosses the line then. Again, they just seem to be tailing off. The lap times aren't coming in this later part of the race. Mark Collin, a 110.3. Christian Elgin, 110.4. Ross Irwin across the line, a 112.4 compared to his best, a 110.6. Rob McCauley then, a 112.1. And Ross Moore, a 112.9. Robert Waddell in sixth, but second of the Cup riders, a 113.0. So it's only that when we get further down the grid are we seeing personal best times on these races. Leaders at the chicane there. Again, this would be a phenomenal feat for Mark Collin if he's able to hold this off and get the win. But oh, Christian Elgin's thinking better of it. Oh, he tried to push him up the inside, push him wide, but Christian Elgin out onto the grass and into the kitty litter. He runs right through the other side and back out onto the road, but that has no chance now for Christian Elgin on this last lap. One corner left. So Mark Collin then on the NRG Ducati makes his way to the checker flag and takes his first win here at Bishopscourt. He'll be well pleased with that. Christian Elgin second and Ross Irwin then across the line on the Magic Bullet Ducati in third place. Great result there for Mark Collin. He pushed hard in that one, and we're going to go down. I'm going to go down myself and do some podium presentations here with Michael Gillen across. Also, William Donnelly then. Ross Martin has dropped right back to the back of that group, but he still finishes third in the Cup class for Ross Martin. Warren Knowles 11th. Jack Cadwell in 12th, 13th Brett McCollum, 14th Daniel Matheson, 15th Joey Hennessy, 16th Alexander Owen, Graham Smallwood 17th, Guy Scott in 18th, Jordan Larkin in 19th, and 20th was Keelan Smith. So again, last call please for the Superbikes and the pre-injection machines to the holding area. So we'll go down here and have a wee nosy, and we'll go and do our podium presentations. For the YouTube listeners, apologies, the mic cut off as it's only a wee Bluetooth mic, but we'll soon see. So we'll get the riders for the Supersport over to the podium here. Hello everybody, all good. William. So again, if we can get the riders over to the podium, that would be great. Happy days. Alright lad, good shooting there.
In second place in the Superbike Pro Race was number 8, Christian Norton. And in first place, number 89, Mark Hunman Sidecar. 3 hands together lads for the 300 podium positions in the race. Thank you, lad. Okay, folks, included in the Supersport Pro Race, you have the Supersport Cup. In third place, in Cup race, is number 1 Ross Martin.
So they're just finishing up there, guys. With the podium, I think, maybe. I don't know, he's still got the mic in his hand, but we are getting ready for the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines.
Okay, folks, all the bikes are now
Sponsored by Richard King. So,
number 100 Ross Martin.
split grids, so it can get a wee bit confusing here. But it's Jonathan Gregory on pole with the Superbikes, Tom Oliver second, Darren Crackerty in third, Alan Armstrong fourth, and the front row Ian Wardy. So I think we're more or less ready to go. So the flag has been lifted, and you can hear the limiters, the machines on the limiters there. Tom Oliver getting keen to go, and we're ready to go then. Oh, Wardy, what a start there from Wardy. So away to go then into the first corner, just can't see, but the injection machines then. Oh, that was a quick start. Stephen Love, number 130 away. As they squeeze down towards turn 1. So well done, guys, in the Supersport and Supersport Cup. Great racing as ever. So the machines have left us here on the line, and we're just keeping an eye out. We're waiting for maybe a glimmer. There, that R1 Yamaha. Oh, Jonathan Gregory is up the inside, so he soon changes. Just having a look there, I think that was maybe Crooks that got a good start there from the Superbikes. Stephen Love in the pre-injection class. Looked like he had got the whole shot into the first corner, but the Superbikes coming down below us here now. Jonathan Gregory in the lead. Last one from Ian Wardy. It was Ian Wardy. I was doubting myself at the start, but he got an absolute clinker of a start off the line on that R1. Down into turn one, the Superbikes then. Pre-injection machines coming through. Jake Crane in the lead once again. Alexander Rowan with a better start this time round, so he hasn't got as much work to do. Rowan Cosgrave in third. Fourth is Ian Lynch. Stephen Love fifth. Down into fifth then, after that fantastic start that he had off the line. Charlie Reynolds in sixth. Daniel Cooper in seventh. And Paul Demain in eighth. But you never ride off Paul Demain. He always comes later in the race. If he can just hold on to that group for now, we'll keep a close eye on him, keep an eye on them gaps as well as the race goes on. But the Superbikes back at fairways then. Through Ringawati, Jonathan Gregory still in the lead. Ian Wardy now under pressure by Darren Gaggery. Darren got a fantastic win yesterday. And remember, for a newcomer this season on a Superbike, 200 plus horsepower, that is no mean feat. Way down through passes to go. Popping and banging there. That's the quick shifters engaging gear and just cutting the ignition ever so slightly. So Alexander Rowan now up into the lead. So ahead of Jake Crane, and Alexander Rowan on an older pre-injection machine, posting the fastest lap, a 1:14.6 for Alexander Rowan. So the machine's heading down. This is the Superbikes at the chicane. So the Superbikes rolling round.
Wouldn't ask Roy Bickerstaff to come to Ross Irvin's
So attention paddock to Roy Bickerstaff. That's Roy Bickerstaff. Could you make your way to Ross Irwin's van, please, as soon as possible? Roy Bickerstaff to Ross Irwin's van, please, as soon as possible. So Alan Irwin up just for a wee announcement there. We're getting quite friendly these days. I'm just waiting for him to ask for my autograph. So Superbikes then, Darren Gaggerty up into second place now. And we're looking Ian Wardy making a mistake further down the field, so he's down in fourth at the minute. So the pre-injection machine's coming through then. There's Paul Demain, what did I tell you? So Paul Demain is starting to wake up a wee bit here. And he's now up into seventh place. He's having a good fight there. It's 0.001 across the line there with Conor McDonald. So Michael Cressey's a further 1 second up the road, nearly 2 seconds in fact, so it might be just a wee bit too much for him. Sidecars is the next race up there. If you can make your way to your holding area, please. The Sidecars exit at the end of the paddock there and just go straight out onto the track then. So if you can make your way to your holding area, that would be fantastic. So back at the front here, there's an interesting here turn of events. As across the line is Darren Gaggerty, and a huge lead now over Jonathan Gregory and Tom Oliver. Whatever's happened there, Gaggerty with the fastest lap, a 1:13.2 compared to Johnny Gregory's 1:15.2. Johnny had made a mistake there on that last lap. That was a 1:17.5 there for Johnny So So Alexander Rowan still leading the pre-injection machine from Ronan Cosgrove and Dan Cooper. 4th place Stephen Love then. I'd say the red mist is down after that good start, and then he might have just messed it up a wee bit in through turn 1 and 2. It's very easy done, especially when you're out in front. You have nothing to gauge, you don't know where you are really, and you're just a wee bit nervous, especially when there's 30 odd plus motorbikes in and around you trying to get the same bit of tarmac. But look at Gaggerty, I think he was just playing with them early doors in this race. Oh, Tom Oliver then pushing Jonathan Gregory up the inside through Ringawati. So that's Tom Oliver now up into 2nd place. Ian Wardy just looking on as they go through again. That's Darren Gaggerty then out on the start and finish straight. Look at Tom Oliver. So once again, Tom, that was a 1:17.3 that time from Tom Oliver compared to his best, a 1:14.6. So the times have dropped off massively here in the last couple of laps. And couldn't be track temperature. No, the track temperature is up to just over 30 degrees. So again, there was an incident there. Dunsfort just missed it there, but the incident cleared. The rider is up and okay. And the marshals once again doing a fantastic job. So once again we'll look at the group behind, but it's Darren Gaggerty who's still in the lead of this one. Doing a fantastic job. Look at Tom Oliver now. Tom Oliver is bringing Jonathan Gregory with him, and they're sort of leaving Ian Wardy now. So Wardy just getting dropped back a wee bit here. And he's going to settle for that 4th place and just take the points out on the start and finish straight then. There is Darren Gaggerty on the ZX10, a 1:14.7 that time for Gaggerty. We'll have a wee look to see what Tom Oliver does. That's better, so they're all into the 1:14s, back in the 1:14s now, Tom Oliver and Jonathan Gregory. And that's Ian Wardy's personal best of 1:14.3. Great battle further back there. Aaron McCann, Alan Armstrong, Michael Press, Roman Cosgrave then across the line, still 2nd in the pre-injection machine. You see Robert Toner there on that older R1, and Stephen Love he's still there. He's in a lonely 7th place at the minute, so he might be feeling a wee bit deflated with himself, but again, he's another race later on. So again, another call please for the sidecar machines if you're not already in the holding area. So great shooting there for Alexander Rowan as well. That was a good lap time of 1:14.9. Darren Gaggerty's last lap was a 1:14.7 on the Superbike, you have to remember. So here we go, the last lap flag again for Darren Gaggerty. Tom Oliver still holding on to that 2nd place, but only just, well, the gap is now 0.6 seconds back to Gregory. Alexander Rowan looks like he's pretty safe there. He is indeed. So Rowan miles away now from 2nd place of Cosgrave. Cosgrave across the line there now. And we have Dan Cooper then. Paul Demain across the line then, up into 6th place now for Paul Demain. As the last lap flag is waved, we keep an eye on the Superbikes at the front then. Darren Gaggerty cruising at home now. An easy wee trip back round to finish off with another win this weekend. Oh, but not so easy for Tom Oliver. Gregory's right on him now, on the brakes. He's riding round the outside of Oliver, up the inside then at Ringawati. So Gregory up into 2nd place now, but Tom Oliver, he's not going to give up for this one. But the leader is through Dunsford. It looks like Gregory's gapped him a wee bit, but the leader, Dan Gaggerty, through and across the line for win number 2. And then Jonathan Gregory, Tom Oliver couldn't do anything about it. I don't think he even expected that. And Ian Wardy, after such a great start, Alexander Rowan across the line then takes the win in the pre-injection 600 class. Ronan Cosgrave, that's a comfortable 2nd place there for Ronan. He crosses the line then. Dan Cooper takes third place then over Charlie Reynolds. Robert Toner, winner of the 1000 pre-injection. And Paul DeMain up into 6th place then for Paul. And a wee bit of a moment there from Ben Crooks coming on the start and finish line. But again, great results there. We'll tried my best to try and keep each class separate. Of course, the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machine separate championship. And there is a change in the rules for next season. The remainder of Vincent Long going through there, up into 19th on the road. He finished 9th then in the pre-injection, with Kenneth O'Gorman in 10th. Yeah, a few changes to some of the rules for next season, and some of the classes are changing. And I think I had a wee read of it. The Moto 1, the pre-injection machines changing, they're going into Super Sport then. So I think they're just doing away with the pre-injection altogether, which is a shame because it is a good affordable class. But again, everything needs to move on. And they are allowing the pre-injection machines, if it is that sort of model, just to temper into the Super Sport class. So great run there. And Darren Gaggery with the fastest lap then, a 1:13.2. Presentation for the Superbike Cup, and the pre-injection machines will be coming up very shortly. Yeah, we're just waiting for the up next then. The sidecars, remember, well, it is race 4 in the programs, but there was a change to the program because this class was moved behind the Supersport. Mainly because the Supersport Cup, there was such a huge entry of machines. And of course, some of the Supersport Cup riders have been moved this morning up into Supersport Pro. So although it is a wee bit more difficult, but it does bring them on as riders. Again, Supersport Cup, it is very much like back in the day when they had the clubmans. So we actually used to have a clubman meeting and a national meeting 2 separate days. There were that many of us. But now they've incorporated into the one national meeting, so that's the Supersport and Superbike Cup. So we're going to hand over to Jack then to do the prize presentation for the Superbike Cup and Supersport, or injection should I say. So we'll hand over to Jack Agnew to complete that.
Okay, folks, this is put in for the Superbike Cup race, sponsored by Richard Kelly Hollick of Portland Richard is not here today, so Robin Piddington is going to present the award. The pre-injection is sponsored by myself, my wife, and again, Robin will do the presentation. Okay.
So the sidecar is just going out now. Jack Agnew is doing the prize presentation. So Paul Clark on pole along with Stephen Daly, Declan Brady and Harry McAlee, Scobie Clock and Simon Meathen in 3rd place. Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash lines up in 4th. Tony Willis and Ian Harron line up in 5th.
Second place and the Superbike Cup.
Then we have, let's see, in 6th, Philip Monaghan and Owen Keeger. Ryan Deneen 7th. He didn't have an awful lot of luck yesterday. Ryan Deneen is in 7th, along with Fran Newton as a passenger.
978.
Philip Newton then in 8th, with Kieran Gordon as passenger. 9th is Mickey McDermott and Carl Daly, and Eugene Kelly and Anto McDonnell then in 10th.
Okay, put in now for the re-injection 600, sponsored by myself, my wife. In 3rd place, number 112, Daniel Cooper. In 2nd place, number 5, Roman Cosgrave.
So you can see there just
And in 1st
the way
place,
they're lining
number
up.
65, Alexander Rowan.
I think we're nearly done with the presentation. So thanks very much, Jack, and well done to...
And in the speed jacket,
Maybe not.
1000 cc class, the winner was number 133, Robert Miller.
Oh, we near forgot about Robert Toner there. Well done to everyone involved. So the Sidecar machines, Paul Clark then on pole with Stephen Daly. And of course they have left pole position for Darren O'Dwyer to remember him by. But here we go then. The machines are away. Oh, not so great a start there for Tony Willis. But I see Ryan Deneen, they have made it out on the grid. Ryan Deneen and Fran Newton are a wee bit deflated yesterday whenever their machine had retired a few times, unfortunately. And hopefully they can get that sorted and finish this race. So the machines have made their way through at the hairpin. It looks like Paul Clark and Stephen Daly in the lead of this one. Scobie Clark in 2nd. Scobie and Mark Gash, you can see there, they're just through. Through the chicane, in through towards fairways then. And it is Stephen Daly with Paul Clark at the wheel. Scobie Clark under pressure now. Oh, Tony Willis making up for that awful start that he had, and he got up the inside of Ryan Deneen. Him slipping and sliding their way and laying down some rubber on the track. But here's Paul Clark, Stephen Daly across the line then. Unfortunately, no Declan Brady, I don't think. They had a retirement of major mechanical yesterday. Scobie Clark and Simon Nathan, Phil Monaghan and Owen Keeger, Gary O'Reilly and Mark Gash. 4th place. They were trying to make a move maybe at the chicane, but they settled themselves back in behind Phil Monaghan and Owen Keeger. Again making their way through towards the hairpin. Stephen Daly, Paul Clark ahead by over 7 seconds already. You can just see they're exiting the chicane whenever the rest of them are just coming out of the hairpin. Is it still Scobie? No, so Scobie's dropped way back. He's made a mistake there in this one. We'll keep an eye. You can hear him blipping down the gears here. The Sidecar outfit moving about. You can see them bopping about inside that outfit as it's screaming for grip on the exit of fairways, heading for Ringawati. Out onto the start and finish straight once again. Stephen and Paul. You see Stephen Daly getting tucked right in behind. You can't even see Daly in behind the fern of that outfit. So Scobie Clark just dropping back down the field now. And that's Philip Monaghan and Owen Keeger, newcomers for this season in the Sidecar class. Great to see the newcomers doing so well. Terry Riley, Mark Gash, Scobie Clark, Simon Nathan, McDermott, Kieran Gordon, Tony Willis and Ian Harn. So they've dropped down to 6th place there. Ryan Deneen, Fran Newton in 7th. Owen Cattle, Anto McDonald then in 8th. Phil Newton and that Kieran Gordon in 9th place then. So leader already exited in the chicane. We can see, we'll keep an eye on Phil Monaghan and Owen Keeger's time here. They were in with a good chance of it yesterday. And they were really pushing hard. Just not enough laps in it. Paul Clark, Stephen Daly, I think they had a pit board and they were able to tell, or maybe the passenger, Stephen Daly, might have given Paul a wee tap on the shoulder and told him to get a move on, because Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash were heading their direction as well. So back out on the start and finish then. Again, listen to the bike. Hardly a noise out of it. He's not even revving it. He's settling the pace. He's doing what he has to do here. Compared to Phil Monaghan, Owen Keegan and Terry O'Reilly's outfit, they're absolutely squealing down past us here. So Paul Clark, Stephen Daly's best time was a 1:21. That last lap was a 1:26, nearly a 1:27. So it just shows you how much they're controlling this race. So Philly Newton as well. And the quickest this weekend he's ever went round here with Kieran Gordon. He's still enjoying the racing. That was a 1:30.7 on that last lap. You hear the machines blipping down the gears into the chicane. Just missing the gear there, tipping off the limiter there, but Terry O'Reilly really pushing hard now. He's trying to get the better of Phil Monaghan. Will he have enough time in this race? Next race up then is the Moto 1. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the Moto 1 class to the holding area. Terry O'Reilly really pushing hard here now. But just listen to Paul Clark and Stephen Daly. That was a 1:28.4 that time. And Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash, their outfit. It's probably the loudest out there, but they're pushing hard to try and get up as close as they can to Phil Monaghan and Owen Keeger in the F2 outfit. So again, just looking for Brandon Philly Newton. We're looking at Clark now exiting the hairpin. The gap is down a wee bit, so it's down 5.1 seconds now back on Monaghan. Again, same thing as yesterday. Wants to get a wee bit too close. Clark gets a wee tap on the shoulder by Daly, and he knows just to break away that wee bit more. Scubby Clark through the chicane. Tony Willis then just in behind him. Willis under pressure now from Mickey McDermott. Up through Dunsford then. Come the leaders. Again, look how much that gap is closed now, and that is his passenger looking behind him there. He's going to give him a signal. He's revving that wee bit harder now. He's past us. So he's back down. The gap is now 2.3 seconds. Paul Clark, Stephen Daly. The gap then is closing. That was a 1:26.9 that time. Phil Monaghan and Owen Keeger at 1:24.1. Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash in third with a 1:24.4. So they are quite a few seconds quicker now than Paul Clark and Stephen Daly, the leaders. Deneen dropping further back now, and he's cutting the grass on the left hand side. But did say yesterday he's maybe going to enter for the lawnmower competition at the Classic Bike Festival, and on that Classic Bike Festival, 1st, 2nd and 3rd of August. Don't forget, guys, back here at Bishopscourt. That's the weekend after Armoy. So busy few weekends coming up here now. So again, another call on Moto 1 machines, please, to the holding area as quickly as you can. The last lap flag is being ready now for Clark and Daly. So again, they've stretched that gap, they've opened it up. What's his lap time this time round? That's a 1:21.1, nearly matching his fastest lap of 1:21.0. And there's Phil Monaghan and Owen Keeger then in second. Terry O'Reilly still pushing now to try and get the better of them. They're within slipstream contention there. Tony Willis now, let's see what he can do this lap. The Lambeg man pushing the man from Stonyford. And he's right with him now. Tony Willis looking away around the outside. Maybe he's going to square the corner off to see if he can get the better of him and get the drive to turn 2. Very tricky. Turn 2, there's a bit of camber there. And the road tightens then. You can see that as Eugene Kettle and Anto McDermott. McDermott just tapping Kettle on the shoulder there, telling him to get a move on. So here we go then. We'll keep an eye for the leader. And they're pushing this lap. And I think they have to push this lap because I think Monaghan and O'Reilly are closer behind them now. Oh, it looks like O'Reilly's got the better of Monaghan at Dunsford, but here he comes, the leader, Clark and Daly. Across the line, takes the win. Once again here at Bishopscourt. And second place, just Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash and no more. Phil Monaghan and Owen Keeger then has to settle for third. Oh, Tony Willis has got the better of Scobie Clark then. Out on the start, massive slide there from Willis. Oh, Scobie Clark's got the drive. Is he going to get him across the line? Oh, Tony Willis and Ian Harn just about squeeze out Scobie Clark and Simon Meathen for fourth place. And Mickey McDermott in there, he had a backseat look at that one, and he finishes 6th. The gap was 0.9 on McDermott, but 0.05 back to Scobie Clark from Willis. Oh, and here's Phil Newton then. So Phil Newton getting the better now of Eugene Kettle, up into 7th place for Newton. Something wrong with that outfit of Kettle's perhaps, as the cruise across the line. Ryan Deneen then out onto the start and finish straight, hugging that white line and the grass on the left hand side of the road. Some interesting lines there for some of the sidecar outfits. But the win goes to Paul Clark, Stephen Daly, Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash, Phil Newton and Owen Keeger then in third. So next up then, the Moto 1 machines. Again, great racing yesterday with the Moto 1 machines, so we're looking forward to some more great racing today. So sidecars just making their way back into the paddock at the end of the pit lane there, and they'll swing around and settle themselves down until later on their next race, race 12 in your programs. And then we'll have the Moto 1 machines out for their sighting lap. So the Moto 1 machines now making their way out onto the track for their second lap. And again, you'll notice all the orange bibs and a lot of these young riders coming up from the IMC Championship. And of course, one of the organisers of the IMC Championship, Tim Scott, and of course a real good goer back in the day himself, and I'm sure he could still handle the machine. So Tim Scott is undertaking, a mammoth task for what he's been through with prostate cancer. So Tim has battled through that, and he is one of the pillars of the IMC family. And again, showing us what grit looks like. So he's training horsepower for footsteps and walking the circuits to raise vital funds for charity close to his heart. Tim will complete a circuit walk, either in person or virtual, and for each letter of the alphabet. So that's some amount of miles he's going to be doing here. So this weekend, and of course any time during the day, you can go on to social media and you can see what he's been doing, and you can support Tim by purchasing an IMC air freshener from Team Boyd Racing. So if you go and see them guys, they're £2 each, and they sold out yesterday, so they had to get more. So please show your support, and all proceeds go to charity. So please back Tim, and he's done so much for the sport throughout the years. And this is where a lot of these guys have came from then. The stars of the future here lining up for their first race of the day. It was great racing yesterday again. There's Harley Smith. Harley struggled yesterday to get that machine off the line in both the races, but hopefully he's got that amended. We'll keep a close eye on Harley. Yep, go ahead. No problem. So here we go then. Moto 1 machines are told to watch the lights. And away they go. Great start there from Hubert Thomas again, but look at Billy Dobson. Billy Dobson hammering the gears in through that Supersport 300 machine. And just getting ready to tip into turn 1. It was difficult to see there. I think that was maybe Dobson who got the whole shot in that one. So the wind, just in time, is starting to pick up as soon as this race left the grid. It'll be quite difficult, especially through fairways with these machines and wrestling out the back half of the track, wrestling the bikes from one side to the other. That left right-hander just underneath the windmill there is absolutely flat out in one of these machines. But it's Hubert Tomaszewski who's in the lead of this one. Billy Dobson then close in behind him. This is going to be similar to what we were seeing yesterday from these pair. Three fairways in, three Ringawati then. Keep an eye on Dobson. Has he mastered this section of the track now? Struggled with it yesterday. He's just peeling off a wee bit there for the first lap, but he's still, if he can get tucked in behind, and the Yamahas can pull each other along then. So Hubert Tomaszewski, Billy Dobson, Olsen Walsh away through there, William Graham, Joel Herr up at the pointy end now, top 5 once again. And he's going to be battling out with William Graham then. Can he get the better of Graham this time round? And Brandon Kennedy then across the line, another one of the Team Woods Tyanda machines. So we'll have Tomaszewski in the lead, Billy Dobson in second, Walsh third, Graham in fourth, Herr in fifth, Jack Hamilton in 6th. He was having issues with that Toyota of his yesterday, but they've obviously got it up and going again. And he's in a good place there. Alex Wardy 7th. Harley Smith in 8th. Again, struggling just to get that machine off the line. David Scott 9th. And Brandon Kennedy in 10th. So here come the leaders once again. Tomaszewski starting to pull a bit of a gap now on Billy Dobson. Walsh still holding on that 3rd place. Joel Hur's now closed up on Graham on the brakes into the chicane. He gets good drive up through Dunsford as well, but here's the leaders coming across the line. Tomaszewski, look at the gap now. It was 0.4 last time, it's 0.48. It's 1.48 now. So Walsh across the line. William Graham and Joel Hur close the gap on Walsh, so they've caught him 0.6 back on Walsh. So the smaller machines a lot more nimble around the twisty part of the track, up at the top half through Ringawati. So the leaders at the hairpin then, and that's a massive gap now that Tomaszewski has over Dobson. Tomaszewski with the fastest lap there, 122.5. Dobson a 123.6. Walsh with a 127.1. And Graham a 127.1. Joel Hur a 126.6. So keep an eye on Joel Hur. He's got a good lap time in the bag here for himself. Again, he just needs to do all the work on the brakes here. Walsh looks like he's maybe pulled away a bit again. Oh, Joel Hur closing right up to Graham on the Toyota once again. Pushing hard around these corners. That's what it's all about. It's all a learning curve. Tomaszewski then across the line. And the gap is now 1.8 seconds. Another 0.4 added on to that lap. Joel Hur running a wee bit wide there, but he's in the slipstream now of William Graham. And Walsh, the gap has opened up now, 1.3 back on Graham. Joel has closed the gap, 0.3 then over Graham. Jack Hamilton a further 10 seconds back then on Joel Hur, so they're at least in that group. But again, they all want to stand on the podium at the end of the day. Back at the hairpin, at the chicane, the leaders already. Tomaszewski on that Yamaha has gelled really well with the Yamaha this season. Previously riding a Toyota machine and just wasn't enough room on it for him. He is quite tall. He seems to be working well with this Yamaha, as is Bailey Dobson. Here we go on the brakes again into the chicane. Still, he's just sitting behind William Graham there. Through Ringawati, and the lean angle that these kids are producing here at Bishopscourt is phenomenal on these small tyres. Exiting Dunsford then. Nice drive there from the pair of them, as they were from the previous lap then. 0.2 then. Joel Hur's closed the gap even more, but is there going to be enough time before the end of this race? So the Superbikes are up next then. If we can have the Superbikes in the holding area for the Neil Robinson Memorial Race. And this is over 12 laps. This is going to be a clinker. So the Superbike machines to the holding area. Again, that gap then 2.1 seconds over Bailey Dobson. Bailey's last lap was a 1:23.2. His best lap was a 1:23.1, so very, very consistent for Bailey Dobson. So William Graham, Joel Hur, Alex Wardy all posting their best times. 1:26.3 for Hur and a 1:26.3 for Graham as well. So they're right on it, they're right on the edge, the pair of them. So Walsh still in that third place. Just has to watch that gap then. 1.7. Tomaszewski across the line, posting the fastest lap at 1:22.3 that time round. Again, just pulling and pulling on him. Joel Hurd was thinking about nipping out of the slipstream there, but he had to tuck back in on Graham again. He still stays behind him then throughout into the first corner. Across the line, that is Alex Wardy then, Jack Hamilton. The bike sounding a lot better, going a lot better than it was yesterday. A 1:30.3 that time for Jack Hamilton. Harley Smith then holding on that 8th place, a 1:30.9. David Scott across the line there now in 9th with 1:30.7. So all the times they are pretty close together. It just shows you how competitive this wee class can be. So the leaders up through Ringawati then. Dobson's still pushing that wee Supersport machine. He's not giving up. He's going to push it right to the end. So then, Tomaszewski across the line. The gap has widened now. So just over 3.5 seconds of a gap back to Dobson. Tomaszewski continuing to stretch that lead. So next time round, they will be getting the last lap flag. Walsh still, he's just controlling that gap. It's 1.3, it's still hovering about 1.3, 1.5 back to William Graham. And Joel Hurd just trying everything to get past Graham. He hasn't got an awful lot of time left in this race. Next time round, they will be getting the last lap flag. Number 9283 there, that is Jack Hamilton on the Team Wood machine. Harley Smith and Davy Scott away through. Still, the times that these young riders are putting through are very, very impressive indeed. The consistency of the riding. So here's Tomaszewski once again coming on to the start and finish straight. A lot wider of a line that time from Tomaszewski. Is he still pushing hard? Nearly matching his fastest time there. This is how close it is. Tomaszewski fastest time a 1:22.3. His last lap a 1:22.3. So absolutely nothing in it. He posted his fastest lap 2 laps ago then. And here's Walsh. They've closed the gap on Walsh here. So that's the last lap flag out. Another call for the Superbikes, please, to the holding area. That's the Superbike machines to the holding area. So again, we're looking down the bottom half of the circuit. There's the leader, Tomaszewski. Billy Dobson has dropped right off now. So he's settling for that second place. He was still pushing on that last lap. There's Tomaszewski then. Sailing away with this one. Dobson's going to have to go back to the team and rethink their strategy for the next race later on today. Oh, Billy Dobson on the grass. Billy Dobson on the grass at the top half of the track. But here it is. Another win then for Hubert Tomaszewski in the Moto 1 class. Billy Dobson made his way back onto the track. I don't know what happened there. He must have run really wide on these three. But Dobson second. But these three then at the front is still Walsh. Graham is pushing Walsh then. Who's going to get across the line? Big wide line there from Joel Hurd. Tucked into the slipstream. It's going to be William Graham that gets this, is it? The last step of the podium across the line goes to William Graham. Olsen Walsh in 4th and Joel Hurd in 5th. What a race there from them two. What a last lap. A 1:25 from William Graham. Walsh a 1:25.9 and Joel Hurd a 1:25.2. So one more lap might have just done it. So very tight knit there for third place. Across the line, Harley Smith, then Jack Hamilton getting the better of David Scott. It was only 0.2 of a second across the line there. Back to Davy Scott. So your winner coming back into the paddock, and again we'll be doing a prize presentation, but the Superbikes should be making their way back to the holding area. So then the Superbikes are making their way out on the track for their second lap, and the riders are making their way to the podium, and we'll hand over to Jack for the podium presentations then for the Moto 1 class.
Okay, folks, this is the podium presentations for the Moto 1 race. The Moto 1 race has been sponsored by Road Restored. The owner of John Curry is here today to present the prizes. Robin is a long-term sponsor of this race, and I appreciate his assistance all the time. Thank you, Robin. Okay, and third place for Moto 1 was number 919, William Graham.
Well done everyone in the Moto 1 class. Again, very exciting racing. But now we move on to the Neil Robinson Memorial Superbike Race. And this will be held over 12 laps. Carl Phillips on pole from Corey McGreevy. And hopefully Johnny Campbell has got rid of any gremlins that he had yesterday. He was flying this morning in warm-up, so fingers crossed. Derek Shields then in 4th. Ryan Gibson lines up in 5th. Aaron Spence 6th. 7th is Ross Irwin. Andrew Wardy in 8th. 9th is Dean McMaster. 10th. Then, and first of the Cup riders is Jack Wardy. So a wee bit of confusion just on the grid there. To get themselves sorted. Just looking there, no Corey McGreevy on the grid then. So Corey McGreevy sitting out this one by the looks of it. And the green flag goes at the back. And they're told to watch the lights. Superbikes are go! Oh, another touch and go start there for Johnny Campbell. Didn't get away quite as quickly as he wanted to, and nor did Nicky Burns by the looks of it. The last machine through there into turn 1. So the machine's heading towards the hairpin now. And it looked like Carl Phillips got the whole shot once again on that one. And a massive lead now in through the chicane. Back out the other side then. And they're heading towards fairways. So a massive lead Carl Phillips has already over that. Looks like Derek Shields. Ross Irwin in 3rd. And look at Gibson. Oh, Johnny Campbell up the inside of Gibson. And he pushes him wide, nearly out onto the grass on the exit of Dunsford. Out onto the start and finish then. So it's Carl Phillips, Derek Shields, Ross Irwin, Johnny Campbell, Ryan Gibson, Dean McMaster, Alan Kenny, Mark Hewitt, Andrew Wardy, Jack Wardy, Carl McMahon, Daniel Matheson, Aaron Armstrong, Jordan McCord, James Chalk, Jamie Johnson, Graham McAleese, Damien Carson, Aaron Abbott and Ronan Waters all across the line there. So 1.2 seconds back on Carl Phillips, Derek Shields. Ross Irwin 0.3 on Derek Shields, so he's right on him now. As they're into the chicane once again. We're keeping an eye on that black and orange magic bullet machine. Can he claw that wee bit of a gap back to Derek Shields then? He's under pressure, Johnny Campbell now. Going to push on them hard. The red mist has came down on Campbell. The Lisburn man. Pushing and shoving his way through the grid here now. And he's right up in behind Ross Irwin as they come back onto the start and finish straight then. Carl Phillips on the SBT Ireland Superbike. Oh, and look at Johnny Campbell then. Johnny Campbell with the fastest lap down in 4th place at 107.6. Ryan Gibson in behind him at 108.2 was his fastest lap. Again, all through cleanly there, but Johnny Campbell with the fastest lap in 4th place at 107.6. Carl Phillips, his fastest lap is a 107.7. So Johnny Campbell really on a charge now. He's still in behind Ross Irwin there. Ross is going to have to try everything to keep Campbell behind. But he's so quick, that BMW. Once them wings push the front end of that machine down through into fairways then. A wee bit more settled that time for Johnny Campbell. And maybe not. He tried up the inside of Ross Irwin at Ringawati. And again, does the exact same thing as what he done to Ryan Gibson. So Johnny Campbell now up into 3rd place, and he's really on a charge. Remember, this is over 12 laps this race. Carl Phillips across the line. Derek Shields, Johnny Campbell now again with the fastest lap at 107.5 that time. So he's really on a charge. Ross Irwin demoted to 4th place. Ryan Gibson now still hanging on to the back end of that group. He's only 0.7 back on Irwin. Dean McMaster then 6th. 7th is Alan Kenny. 8th is Andy Wardy. Jack Wardy then is up into 9th place and the first cup rider, remember. Second little cup riders then is Damien Carson across the line. As we look back at the leaders through the chicane, the gap back to Derek Shields from Phillips, still 1.3. There's not an awful lot in it. He doesn't seem to be opening it up that much. He seems to be maintaining it. Through the chicane then, Johnny Campbell, the wings nearly clipping the curb there on the inside. Through Ringawati then, he's carrying so much corner speed. He's right up with Derek Shields now as they make their way back onto the start and finish straight then. Carl Phillips, lovely and smooth today through. He's found a setup that he likes. Derek Shields with a cracker of a lap time there too, 107.4. Oh, Johnny Campbell moving over to the left hand side into turn 1. Looked like he was going to make a move up the inside of Derek Shields, but he thinks better on it. You don't stuff it up the inside of Derek Shields and get away with it. 107.0 now for Johnny Campbell. So Johnny Campbell taking another half a second a lap off his previous time. And he's caught right up with Derek Shields. So at the leader then it's still Carl Phillips. But look at Johnny Campbell. He's going to try and do something here. Once again through Ringawati, no doubt. On the brakes. Fairways 1, 2, through into Ringawati. He came from miles away. Stopped up the inside of Derek Shields. He's pushed Derek Shields onto the grass. He will not be a happy chappy. And that Roadhouse Mackay machine makes his way back onto the road. And Johnny Campbell right onto the other side of the white line, pushing himself to the absolute limit. Derek Shields shaking the head there as he passes us. He is not happy. Johnny Campbell will get the bouncers ready after this one. But Ross Irwin then back up into third place for Ross Irwin. The gap back is 1.5 seconds back to Ross Irwin from Johnny Campbell. So this is going to be a phenomenal lap this time for Johnny Campbell, no doubt. You can see that gap is closed ever so slightly as they enter the chicane. So the gap was 1.7 back to Johnny Campbell from Carl Phillips. Keep an eye on this one. Have a look. There's still 6.5 laps left to go in this race, guys. So it's all to play for. This is going to be a phenomenal lap here from Johnny Campbell. The red mist is down. And he's going to have to make some sort of daring move to get past Carl Phillips. Out on the start and finish then. Look at that gap, how much it is closed now. Carl Phillips across the line. It's down to 1 second now. Nearly 1 second dead. And he's still chasing him down. Ross Irwin still pushing hard. The gap back up to 2.7 seconds from Johnny Campbell. Ryan Gibson still 0.5. He's still chasing down Ross Irwin. Ross Irwin isn't finished yet. 6 laps to go in this race then. Derek Shields pushing hard. He's 1.6 further back on Ryan Gibson. But we'll check out the leaders now. I think Carl Phillips has maybe got a pit board. That last lap was not Johnny's fastest lap either. 1.71 there for Johnny Campbell compared to his best 1.70. So they're in through Ringawati then. Oh, big moment there for Carl Phillips. He looked like he took the front and he was able to save it on the knee, and that was on the exit of Ringawati, so it shows how much he's pushing and how much lean angle he's using. On the start and finish straight once again then. Johnny Campbell, look at the back end of that BMW moving about. The gap is down to 0.7. But that's a slower lap time there from Johnny Campbell. 107.7 that time for Johnny Campbell. Carl Phillips' last lap was 108.0. So Johnny Campbell really on a charge now and putting the pressure on Carl Phillips. Looking back at the chicane then. Leading the cup class still Jack Wardy in 9th place. Coming out of the chicane, look at the movement of Johnny Campbell's machine. That BMW is absolutely toasting that rear tyre. On the brakes then, into the chicane, he lets the brakes off, rolls in very deep every single time. but he's able to claw it back through Ringawaddy. So there's only 2 bike lengths now between Johnny Campbell and Carl Phillips in this Superbike race. Ryan Gibson still chasing down Ross Irwin, and Derek Shields on the tail of them too. So it's the threesome in behind them then. Johnny Campbell in the slipstream of Carl Phillips. They all go through Ross Irwin, Ryan Gibson and Derek Shields. You can see Derek Shields just losing out on the drive through Dunsfort there. Ryan Gibson's very, very close there to Ross Irwin. He looked like he was going to make or line up a move for turn 2. We'll have to wait to see what the story tells us when they get out of the chicane and back up to the fairways here. So at the leaders then, look at Carl Phillips. He is under so much pressure now. And Johnny Campbell, he's definitely going to try something this time. He's got good drive out of the chicane. He's amazing on the brakes into the hairpin. He carries so much quarter speed here. And he didn't make the jump that time. He's still behind Carl Phillips, the back end of that SBT Ireland Superbike, just moving about, dancing underneath him as he's pushing it to the absolute limit. Don't forget, you have to look after your tyres as well, because these are a slightly softer compound. And it is 12 laps, don't forget. Johnny Campbell moves over to that. Now he cuts back into the slipstream then of Carl Phillips, but he's right on the coattails now. Ross Irwin still under pressure. Derek Shields has got the better of Ryan Gibson that time round, up in the 4th. And that's Dean McMaster away through. Dean McMaster in a comfortable 6th place there at the minute. Alan Kenny under a wee bit of pressure from Andrew Wardy further back, and Jack Wardy in behind them. So the 2 Wardys together, but Jack still leading the top class. Back at the leaders then. 2.5 laps to go with this one. So again, just a call then for the Supersport Cup machines to the holding area, please. Here's Johnny. Through he goes on Carl Phillips. So Johnny Campbell in the lead of this one. The red mist has done him well this time round, but he's an awful lot of work to do for himself, and he's already gapped Carl Phillips here as they cross the line. That's Almantas Monteves just ahead of Johnny Campbell. Will he hold up Carl Phillips into the first corner? And he does. Carl Phillips has to set up and allow Almantas to round the first corner, and he would have had to go wide, and that could mess up Carl's turn 2 as well. So Dean Campbell away through there, Kenny and Wardy behind him, and there's Jack Wardy then still leading the cup class. Daniel Matheson away through there. So we'll keep a wee eye then at the chicane for the leaders. He'll be getting the last lap flag next time round. Still pushing hard, Johnny Campbell. He can't let off now. If he eases off at all, he could make a mistake that could be detrimental to this win here for him. Carl Phillips pushing hard. Have a look at the lap times then. It was 0.9, the gap back to Phillips. Across the line now, the gap is 0.9. Still, he's maintaining that lap. So here we go, last lap then. Derek Shields out through on Almantas Monteves. So Derek Shields up into 3rd place now from Ross Irwin and Ryan Gibson. We'll keep an eye on the leaders. Is Carl able to do anything about him? Dean McMaster away through there. The leaders tipping into the chicane now. Back out the other side on this last lap. It's all to play for still, as we've learned before. Anything can happen in this race, especially when they're coming up 2 slower riders. So we're looking to see. They're all bunched up there at Ringawaddy. All bunched up at Ringawaddy. Johnny Campbell has a free road ahead of him now. He just has to get through these slower riders, but he's absolutely safe in that first place. Johnny Campbell across the line and takes the win for the Superbike, the Neil Robinson Memorial Superbike race. race that was. And Derek Shields promoted to second place. Ross Irwin in third. And Ryan Gibson then in fourth. But there was a coming together there at Ringawaddy. There's a point when Johnny and Carl, they just caught the slower riders just ahead of him, and there was a coming together. But Ryan Gibson then fourth, Dean McMaster fifth, Alan Kenny sixth, seventh was Andy Wardy, eighth was Jack Wardy, ninth was Daniel Matheson, 10th was Colin McMahon, and of course Jack Wardy winning the cup class. Mark Hewitt then in 11th, 12th was Jordan McCord, James Chalk in 13th, 14th was Aaron Armstrong, 15th Ronan Waters. Oh, great race further back, Jamie Johnson getting the better of Damien Carson there that time round. So Damien Carson second in the cup class and Johnny McKeelvey in third. So great racing there, and what a last lap. It's just unfortunate it ended like it did. But it just shows how hard these guys are pushing here. And that's the win and the fastest lap for Johnny Campbell, a 107.090. So we'll nip down then for the podium presentations, and of course the Supersport Cup machines then should be well on their way, if not already in the holding area. Hello. Run.
You want to go sympathy, Carl?
Yeah, that's fine.
Mark 2, you all clear?
Mark 2, all clear.
So you all clear?
All clear, hello.
Robert, you all clear?
All clear.
DJ, you all clear?
All clear.
Great stuff.
Tom, you all clear?
All clear, man.
So ladies and gentlemen, what a race that was. Smiles all around down here. So again, we're going to do the presentations for that Superbike race. Of course, the Superbike Pro and Superbike Cup.
Superbike first thing, Robinson.
Aye.
Third time, of course.
No worries. So for the Neil Robinson Memorial Race, and what a race it was, pushed hard, every single one of them. In third place if he finishes Chapman. He's worse than an Isle woman. In third place, Ross Irwin. Well done, buddy. And in second place, there's a bit of argy there, but I'm sure they've all shook hands. Derek Shields. And he didn't make it easy for himself. He worked hard throughout that whole race and he siphoned himself through the grid. Your winner, Johnny Campbell. Well done, bud. Yeah, you did. Get the bouncers out here. The Fireblade. What's it like with the two bikes? You look comfortable enough there on the Superbike anyway.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've ever really done that, really, two bikes in one day, so that's what we spent yesterday figuring out, is like you got to do ride more start on this bike this way and on the other one the other. So it's good, it's fun, it's fun, sun shining, good crowd, the track's amazing, really good race, good competitors, yeah, good day.
Brilliant, absolutely fantastic. Ross, well done. Derek. If it was a road race, it would be different. Yeah, I was waiting for you to absolutely explode there, but it's all a bit of crack, it's all a bit of fun, isn't it?
I did short down the race, and yeah, he sort of woke me up with that one, alright. Half an hour down, probably would have been new. That was all fair enough. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And Johnny Campbell, you needed that one, buddy, didn't you?
Yeah, I've been fighting for this all year, you know, but no, we had a problem yesterday with a few samples on the bike, but thanks to Ryan Gibson, he left load of parts in his garden for me, and I went last night with fetched them, but yeah, no, I'm incredible working with this race with today, so no, big thanks to everybody involved this weekend, Dad and Uncle, whoever else was helping, you know, up until 2 AM last night to fix the bike, and yeah, no, I can't thank them enough.
It doesn't come easy from building bonfires to winning Superbike races. Well done, Johnny Campbell. Well done, guys. Now we'll move on then to the Cup class. Superbike Cup, we'll do it quickly because there's actually a race going on here I forgot about. So let's see here. In Cup class then, in third place, Jonathan McKelvey. No? All right. Then, and a very impressive result indeed, Jack Wardy. Well done, bud. Oh, good man. Have to get running back up here. There is a race going on here. All right, buddy.
Jim Amanda, a wee old couple of help us out. That's what the JNA is and Buster's Leather.
Oh, right, okay.
She's not too well, but they're watching the live stream.
Oh, dead on.
Things like that, it's just a wee mention to them. We appreciate it.
So the race continues, of course. And we'll get a wee poke out there before we lose any more biz. So then the start of that Slamish Water Coolers Supersport Cup class. So Evan Larkin, he had a couple of great starts there yesterday. in his race as well. His brother was struggling a wee bit low, but he's up there. I'm trying to get my breath back here. Brian Hamilton then up into second place. Brian Hamilton, good result yesterday on the Suzuki. He did start to drop off a wee bit after the second or third lap, but he's still up there in that second. And a great start there for Scott Clements as well. Right on the start and finish straight there. Evan Larkin, Brian Hamilton way through, Scott Clements. Evan Larkin, a 1:16.0 there for Larkin. Geigerland coming down around here then as they make their way through in an orderly fashion, as orderly as you can. Mark McGann, Stuart Heason, William Gilley, Dean Graham, Andrew Loughlin and Ross Quinn all the way through there. Paul O'Rourke 11th, 12th Ezra Clark, Gav Dunlop 13th, Heath O'Brien 14th, Conor Curtis in 15th, Johnny Davies 16th, 17th is Rob Enright, Adrian O'Driscoll in 18th, 19th Mark Carey and Albert Pinder in 20th. The machines, you can see Evan Larkin, quite similar machine. Oh, the Jordan Larkin, oh, Scott Clements with his foot off the peg there. As Brian Hamilton goes up the inside, the two of them were dicing out. I think Scott was just struggling to get that machine stopped there. He's running a wee bit too keen, but he's going to slip into the slipstream now of Brian Hamilton. Hamilton on that Suzuki, you can see the Yamaha R6, the power difference in that machine as Clements moves over the left hand side, but he's not able to do anything just yet. And here's the whole Geiger riders then coming down, flirting, staying straight. There's Dean Graham right smack in the middle of them all in 9th place at the minute. So again, great shooting the gap back to Brian Hamilton, 2.3 seconds, Scott Clements 2.7 seconds then, but it's 0.2 from Hamilton. So leaders through the chicane already. Fairways 1 and 2. Underneath that windmill, keep an eye, Scott Clements on the brakes here at the chicane. And you can see the difference, the lighter machine, that R6 Yamaha. Is just easier, a wee bit more nimble to handle. Through Ringawati. Brian Hamilton pushing really hard. Look how quickly he can turn that big Suzuki in through Dunsport. He just flops it over like it's absolutely nothing underneath him. Evan Larkin across the line. Brian Hamilton, Scott Clements is a wee bit closer now. Scott moves over the left hand side, and just like that, indicators on and away up into second place then for Scott Clements, but I'm sure it's not all over just yet. Next race up then. So next race up then, Moto 3's lightweight. Supersport. And the Supersport 300 machines. Great racing there. Ross Quinn, Gareth Dunlop, Conor Curtis. So Gareth Dunlop up now into 13th place. Conor Curtis up into 14th. Again, just looking at the skies. I think everyone's looking at the skies. Keeping an eye on them clouds. We're keeping an eye on Evan Larkin here at the minute. So Evan Larkin, Scott Clements is starting to close him in. And where is Brian Hamilton? So we're missing Brian Hamilton at the minute. There he is, Brian Hamilton, way back. His bike's smoking badly there. So his bike's smoking very badly. Scott Clements with the fastest lap, a 1:15.8. And he's closed that gap 1.0 now over Evan Larkin. So Brian Hamilton, he's not too happy there. His bike, he has suffered a mechanical failure. So Ad Kirmo's knocked down and Barry Gosson up a place. So Mark McGann now up in the third, but he's going to have to hold it tight because Barry Gosson is right up close to him. If they can sniff a podium, the two of them, this is going to be tight racing. So the leaders then through. Oh, Evan Larkin has now, he's opened up a bit of a gap now on Scott Clements, but look at Clements on the brakes. And he just tips it in last minute, hits the apex, squares it off, and he's got good drive then for Ringawati as he banks it over. Poor Brian Hamilton, unfortunately, with that mechanical failure. Making his way back into the paddock. Leaders onto the start and finish straight then. Well, look at the gap. It was 1.0 last time round. What is it now? It's 0.7. So again, we've said it before, it's easy to catch someone. It's a different story to try and pass them. So this whole gaggle of riders, third place man Mark McGowan then under pressure. Barry Gaston pushing him hard as they cross the line then. Barry Gaston, Andrew Loughlin, Conor McGuire. Paul O'Rourke is up. Where did Conor McGuire go? He's down into 6th place now, and Paul O'Rourke up into 7th. So the leaders then through the chicane. Evan Larkin seems to have the legs on Scott Clements at the bottom half of the track, through the hairpin and into the chicane. Well, Clements around this technical section up around the top, he seems to claw it all right back again, but the gap has definitely opened up a wee bit. It'll be hard push to get that, to close that down again. So the last lap flag is going out now. He mightn't have enough time to do anything, or will Larkin crack under pressure? Here we go, getting well tucked in behind that ZX6 machine. You can see the smile in behind that helmet. And we're just waiting then to see Mark McGowan, Barry Gaston. Is McGowan still ahead? He is indeed, Gaston. I'm not sure whether he's aware he's actually up into 3rd place now. Unless he seen Brian Hamilton maybe turned into the pit lane. So here he is, Mark McGowan, Barry Gaston, Andrew Loughlin, Conor McGuire. Stuart Heaton getting the better now. So Stuart Heaton up into 7th place, up another spot. He is pushing hard now. And another man pushing hard is Evan Larkin. So Evan Larkin has opened that gap up again on this last lap. He is pushing hard on that ZX6. He doesn't want to lose out in this win. And what a confidence booster this will be for Evan. In through Ringawati. You can see the back end of that ZX10 as well, under pressure as he puts the power down. And it's just moving about a wee bit, but in through Dunsford then comes the leader, Evan Larkin. What a fantastic win for young Larkin across the line. Scott Clements there had to settle for 2nd place in the end. He was right with him too. But Evan Larkin posted his fastest lap on the last lap, a 1:15.8. So here we go, Mark McGowan. Who's going to get 3rd place there? Mark McGowan still holding off Barry Gaston. Only just as Barry Gaston puts the power on nice and early here. Oh, they're going to be going side by side across the line. It's Mark McGowan over Barry Gaston. Andy Loughlin, Paul O'Rourke getting the better. Stuart Heaton there. And Conor McGuire 6th, 7th Paul O'Rourke, Stuart Heaton in 8th. Dean Graham 9th, 10th William Greeley. Ross Quinn in 11th, 12th Conor Curtis, Gareth Dunlop 13th, Ezra Clark 14th, 15th was Keith O'Brien, Bobby Enright in 16th. What a result there for young Evan Larkin. Posting the fastest lap. Consolation prize for young Clements, a 1:15.8. And that's Adrian O'Driscoll just across the line there. So the Moto 3, Lightweight, Supersport and Supersport 300. They're all in the holding area now, ready to go for their 2nd race this weekend. And then we're back round again Race number 9 then after the Moto 3s is the Super Twins and the Production Twins. Evan back in. And that's what it's all about. That's a happy family right there. So well done, young Evan, Scott Clemens and Mark McGowan, as they make their way through back into the paddock. And of course the prize presentation coming up very shortly. And we'll move on then with the Moto 3, the lightweight, Super Sport and the Super Sport 300 machines will be up next. So just a wee announcement, please. Can we have a scrutineer to the scrutineering bay? A scrutineer to the scrutineering bay, please.
Okay, brothers and sisters, for the Bishopscourt Race, the tournament number 144, Yamaha. And again, and the winner of the first four top three is the warmup race, number 1.
So here we go then for the Moto 3 lightweight Super Sport and the Super Sport 300 over 8 laps. Ruben Sherman Boyd on pole. and his brother also out there. So that's Reuben Sherman Boyd, Billy Dobson second, Finn Stevens, Carl Clancy in fourth, fifth is Brendan Ryan, sixth is Max Wardy, seventh James King, eighth is Owen Everard, ninth is Roy Wurst, and split grids, remember. Alex Rowan on pole for the Moto 3, Matt Davison second, Buster Sherman Boyd third, but the Supersport machines are revving up and they're told to watch the lights. Away to go! Great start there. For that looked like maybe Bailey Dobson then had a cracker start as well. So Moto 3 machines then, they rev up, get ready to go. Watch Parker pedaling off the line. Away to go! Needs to get as much of a push with that machine as he can. Buster Sherman Boyd with a phenomenal start there. The JNA on this, so a big shout out to Jim and Amanda, and they're watching online. So thanks very much, guys, for tuning in here. We'll try and give you as much information as you can. So the leaders then, Supersport. Look at Reuben Sherman Boyd. Wow, he's got about a 6-second lead already on this first lap. Absolutely phenomenal first lap here for Reuben Sherman Boyd. They're all concentrating up into the chicane. Billy Dobson struggling to get around. I think that's maybe Finn Stevens in and around there. So Finn Stevens qualified third. Lined up third in the grid, but here's Billy. There's Reuben Sherman Boyd already. Billy Dobson looking away around the outside at Dunsford, but he's not going to make it happen. Number 17 then, Stevens up in the second place. Max Wardy in behind him. Roy Wurst, Carl Clancy on the 250 GP machine. Way through the go. Moto 3 machines then. Alexander Rowan, Buster Sherman Boyd. That's Matt Davison and Nigel Moore. Johnny Parker there on the Parker Transport machine. Way through. And that's Brian Harding, number 777, riding Ciara Cahoon's machine. Ciara had a wee slip off yesterday, so I seen her earlier hobbling about on crutches, so best wishes go to Ciara Cahoon, and hopefully you'll be out again very soon. Brian Hardy also riding that bike at Tandragee as well. Grinning like a Cheshire cat, no doubt, under that helmet. But here's Reuben Sherman Boyd around Ringawati then. And already heading towards Dunsford. Oh, Billy Dobson on the grass. He's in the kitty litter at the chicane, but he's kept it upright and he's made his way back onto the track, but he's way down now. No such issue for Reuben Sherman Boyd. A 1:17.3 on that lap. And look at that gap already. We'll see what it is this time round then. Roy Wurst, second to the Supersport 400 machine. That's a 12-second gap. Over 12 seconds. Billy Dobson shaking his head there. Let's see where he is in corrected time. Of course, let's see. There's a jump up and down the timing screens here. I've lost him altogether. Oh, he's down in 14th then. 6th of the Supersport 300 class. Again, there's so many classes within this one race. I'll try my best to keep up with it. It does give me a sore head now and again. Alexander Rowan, fastest on track, a 1:16.3 on a Moto 3 machine. Now remember, it's a proper Grand Prix machine. The majority of these machines out here are road-going bikes, tuned to race bikes. Reuben Sherman Boyd then back out on the start and finish straight. Next up then, Super Twins and Production Twins. So I've heard no news on lunch break just yet, but the Super Twins and Production Twins, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. So Finn Stevens then, still holding on to the lead on the Supersport 300. Billy Dobson cutting his way through. That's Alana Mayer. So great to see Alana back out as well. Alana, she's had a lot of gigs around the country. and she's been doing a lot of travelling. A wonderful voice for Alana, and a very, very fast motorbike racer as well, as you can see. So Roy Worst then, second of the Supersport machines. Third is James Ging. Fourth is Brendan Ryan. So the leader is already through Ringawati. Second place is at the chicane still. He's absolutely dominating this race once again. Oh, the Moto 3 of Alexander Rowan up the inside of Finn Stevens at the chicane. That was a nice clean move. I didn't actually think he was going to get stopped there. He left it so late as the leader goes through then. Past us here, Reuben Sherman Boyd. That was a 1:16.5. Faster again, even though he has a huge gap over second place man. And in fact, second in his class is Roy Worst. He is down in 7th place then, uncorrected time. But he is the 4th machine through down below us here. That was a 1:22.3 that time for Roy Worst. Nigel Moore then across the line. Nigel Moore currently 4th in the Moto 3 class. So all the Moto 3 machines are headed. They're at the top of the timing screens at the minute. Alexander Rowan in first with Buster Sherman Boyd. Second, Matt Davison third. Fourth is Nigel Moore. Buster Sherman Boyd with a 1:20.0. Alexander Rowan that last time a 1:17.3, but he still holds the fastest lap, a 1:16.3. So again, another call then please for the Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area. So here's Buster Sherman Boyd. A gorgeous machine, them wee 400s. The new generation. And the new generation of riders too, coming up the ranks. And look at Alexander Rowan coming on the start and finish straight then on his Moto 3 machine. Only 2 laps to go. Fitton Stevens there, number 17, still leading the Supersport 300. Let's see where did Billy Dobson pushing hard then. Where does he slot into? I keep losing Billy Dobson for some reason. He's 3rd in the Supersport 300 then, 10th overall. So he's chasing down Max Wardy then once again. So Johnny Parker then, where does Johnny Parker slot into the Moto 3? He is currently in 5th then the Moto 3 class. More Supersport. There's Brian Hardy then, number 777. Reuben Sherman Boyd then across the line. And it won't be long until he'll be getting the check or the last lap flag. So through Alexander Rowan. Oh, just here and there, unfortunately, we'll have a red flag in this one. So we do have a red flag, unfortunately. And that has put a stop to that race, but of course, we'll wait for confirmation on the result then. But if we hear anything, any updates, I'll be soon to let you know. But for now, we are under red flag. And again, any updates, we'll be soon to let you know on this one. That red flag was due to an incident up at Dunsford. The medical is on scene just for precautions. The rider was up and walked away there. The rider is okay. Again, just waiting on more news and confirmation. Then that does look like it is confirmed. It is confirmed as a result. Then Ruben Sherman Boyd, winner of the lightweight Supersport. Second place was Max Wardy. Third was James Gig. Winner of the Moto 3, Alexander Rowan, and posting the fastest lap of 1:16.1. Second place, Buster Sherman Boyd, and third, Matt Davison. Supersport 300 winner then, Finn Stevens from Max Wardy, and Bailey Dobson made it back up into third place for the last step of the podium. Next up then is the Super Twins and Production Twins, so hopefully these are all in and ready, raring to go as the ice cream van makes its way better late than never through into the paddock, and hopefully he's brought the sunshine with him. So it looks like the Super Twins then and Production Twins are going out onto the track. Back round again in the programme. And this is their second race today, fourth of the weekend. Again, can Christian Elkin hold off Irwin? What can he do in this one? And Dean McMaster as well, he seems to be lingering there in the background. But you can never doubt him, he's always there waiting to pounce. So the machine's out now on their warm-up lap, and we're going to hand over to Jack for the podium presentations for that last race.
Robin Bryant, Robin Bryant comes to podium. Robin Bryant, Team Delta. To the box for the cars to Robin Bryant, please. Robin Bryant, Team Delta. What was this race?
So that's the Super Twins then out on track. Christian Elkin, well, in my screen it says he's pole position, but in the last race it seemed to be Colin Irwin who took pole. Dean McMaster in third, Finn Wardy in fourth, Finn O'Connell, sorry, in fifth, Hayden Clinton sixth, seventh is Michael Gillen, Keelan Smith lines up in 8th.
Number 55, 57, 43 boys.
9th is Ronan Waters. Graham McAleese in 10th. 11th, Brendan Kavanagh. 12th, Nicky Burns. Of course, Graham McAleese, first of the production twin. Nicky Burns will be looking for a second win this weekend. And no doubt, if that happens, the Ballymac will be getting hit hard tonight. I'm just hearing there that unfortunately Dean McMaster wasn't on in the holding area quick enough, and unfortunately he's not going to get out in this race. Charlie Reynolds and that BMW F900R, lovely to see so many different machines here. Again, Irwin lining up on pole. I don't know why that is, but here we go. They're told to watch the lights. The reds go up, and away they go. Oh, great start there from Chris and Elgin. Get the front end down in that machine. Irwin sort of fluffed the start a wee bit. I don't know whether he's maybe back there in 3rd place, but Chris and Elgin looks like he's leading this one. We're still going on with the podium presentations there as we look back exclusively to YouTube. So again, thank you guys and welcome if you're just joining us. Don't forget to subscribe and hit them wee stickers, super stickers, whatever they do. But it's a great job. Here we go. The leaders are at the chicane through, and it is Chris and Elgin then, and Irwin up into 2nd place now, and no doubt that's Finn Wardy. Finn Wardy has had a fantastic weekend racing here at Bishopscourt. In through Ringawati then, Christian Elgin. Will he be able to hold off Irwin this time round? Surely he can't be the bridesmaid once more. Well, I think maybe that's the presentation done, is it? Not sure. It seems to be. It does. It seems to be. That presentation has finished. Well done to everyone involved there. But Christian Elgin is in the lead of this Super Twin race from Cole Irwin and Finn Wardy. Finn Wardy holding on to the back of Irwin very, very well there. And Irwin has Elkie clocked in this one. Oh, Irwin and Elkie right beside each other now. Irwin trying to make a move up the inside at the hairpin. He ran a wee bit deep. It's still Elkie in the lead, but into the chicane. Irwin is really sharp in through these chicanes. That Aprilia handles like an absolute dream here. But watch Elkie, the drive he gets out of the chicane through fairways 1 and 2. Irwin on the brakes then. Stays where he is. You'll not beat Christian Elgin on the brakes, but the drive that Aprilia is able to put down onto the tarmac. Finn Wardy just starting to drop off a wee bit now, and he's under pressure from Finn O'Connell. Surely Elkie will be able to hold off Irwin this time. He can't be the bridesmaid for the 3rd, 4th time this weekend. Here we go then. Christian Elgin across the line. Irwin in the fastest lap, 1:12.2. Irwin moves over to the left hand side but stays tucked in behind that Kawasaki of Christian Elgin. Finn O'Connell, Michael Gillen, Aidan Clinton, Ronan Waters in 7th, Keelan Smith 8th, Brandon Kavanagh across the line. Oh, and away wide there. Saved it very well. Matthew Curry across the line. Oh no! And another retirement for Kyle Martin, unfortunately, out of this Super Twin race. Kyle Martin, after fantastic results yesterday, unfortunately, he has to park the SV 650 once again. Christian Elgin still at the front. And he's gapped Irwin a wee bit, but it's not too much, and you wouldn't be batting an eyelid at it. Irwin's still up close, right in contention here with Christian Elgin. He's going to have to do something special to keep Irwin at bay. Again, coming across the line, there will be 7 laps to go. There we go, Christian Elgin, number 8. Irwin in the slipstream. Will the Aprilia better the Kawasaki at the end of the straight? Not able to. He has to tuck back in again and think about it another day. But he goes wide into turn 1. Is that him lining up a move for turn 2? Will we see them emerge from the trees? Will Erwin be in the lead of this one? He would have to dive up the inside at turn 2. No, it looks like it's still Christian Elgin at the hairpin. So they're heading for the chicane again. Elkie, Erwin, they're right together now. Finn O'Connell and Finn and Wardy. Again, O'Connell just pushing that machine as hard as he can. Doing very well to keep with these front runners too. They're not dropping off too much. Erwin just rolling in. Again, he knows this is a long race. It's a long way to go, but you have to be careful if there is a stoppage. Much like that Moto 3 race and the lightweight race. It will be declared a result on the start and finish straight then. Still Elkie from Erwin. Oh, right out to the grass there goes O'Connell. So O'Connell across the line, still not 4th place. Popping and banging down passes here. Michael Gillen away through Hayden Clinton. Number 9, Brendan Calvin. And there's the two teammates together. Graham McAleese leading the production twin, but Nicky Burns right behind him, 0.2 of a second behind. And they don't want to be getting into a dice with the rider in front. Charlie Reynolds on that BMW. He'll have a horsepower advantage on the pair of them. But here, look at Elkie and Erwin. Erwin hasn't been as close to Elkie entering the chicane. Is he going to be able to pull this off? The problem is, once he's passed, he has to bite the screen and go for it and open up that gap. If he's not able to do that, Elkie will just come straight right back at him again. So they're at Dunsford then. Oh, he closed right up to Elkie. It looked like Erwin shut off there just before he got the drive. Maybe that was a bit of technique from Elkie. And he's looking at his pit board there. +0. He's absolutely on him here. Finn O'Connell still pushing Wardy. Michael Gillen under pressure from Hayden Clinton still. We'll look back then for the production class. It's still Graham McAleese just in behind Reynolds. Graham McAleese and Nicky Burns using the slipstream of that BMW. All the leaders are going to be coming up to slower riders here very, very shortly. The gap 0.3 the last time round back to Erwin. And they're going to catch, they might catch this slower rider down the front straight if there's any luck. Oh, they've came up to them very, very fast indeed. It's going to be Dunsford. They're going to have to... Christian Elgin already, the cogs are turning here. Where am I going to do this? How am I going to do it? He might have to be a bit cheeky. Oh, he is up the inside. Erwin has to shut off. So Elkie absolutely timed that to perfection. So Erwin has lost the drive out of Dunsford and he had to hold back. Christian Elgin still in the lead of this race. The gap is now up to 0.5. He didn't lose an awful lot of time. In fact, the Aprilia has nearly clawed that back again by the time they got to turn 1. Finn and Wardy posting a respectable time there, 1:12.0. Colin Erwin last lap was 1:12.1. But of course the fastest lap at the minute held by Christian Elgin at 1:11.4. So the teammates still together, they've got past that BM, but look at the BMW, it moves over the left hand side, uses the torque. Oh, squeezing up the inside, it was side by side there by Nicky Burns. Nicky Burns not giving him an inch. Back at still Elkie from Erwin through the ring of Waddy. Oh, you can see Finn and Wardy now starting to pull away from O'Connell. So O'Connell, I think, is going to settle for that. Settle for that 4th place. Leaders on to the start and finish straight then. We have a call for the classic machines, please, to the holding area. That's the classic machines to the holding area. The gap is down 0.4. Not an awful lot of difference from the last lap. So again, just waiting to see. That's Clinton. He's got a wee bit of room now between him and Michael Gillen. So not as much pressure, but Brendan Kavanagh under pressure now from Keelan Smith. Keelan Smith on a charge. So there's the twins going. It's still Graham McAleese from Nicky Burns. The battle for the lead in the production twins. Oh, coming up the slower riders now. And Elkie had to shut off completely. Shut the throttle on that twin. And Erwin clawed right back. Nearly ran into the back of Christian Elgin down the back straight. Through Ringawati. So still as they were, Elkie, Erwin. Look how quick Erwin can change direction on that Aprilia. He made a wee bit of a mistake there mid-corner at Dunsfort. But out on the start and finish straight then. 2 laps to go of this race. So we have the classic machines, please, to the holding area. That's the classic machines to the holding area. So again, Finn O'Connell, still, he's just settling down there. 2 seconds of a gap now, back to O'Connell from Wardy. So just keeping an eye on the leaders as well, and looking for the production twins. And it's Nicky. It's Graham McAleese still in the lead, but Nicky Burns is getting held up badly. So he's dropped right back there, but he's still in that second place. So Elkie starting to pull a wee bit of a gap now. He's going to get the last lap flag now. Will he get a win here this weekend through Ringawati? Looks like Erwin's sort of tailing off a wee bit. Don't know whether it's a tyre issue or whatnot. Through Dunfort come the leaders. The last lap flag being flown then for Christian Elgin. Keep a close eye then on these guys just to see. We'll have to switch over for the production twins, but we'll switch back to the chicane once the leaders come back through. So where are the production twins? Keep an eye on them here coming through the top half of the track now. Still pushing hard. It's still Graham McAleese. Nicky Burns hasn't been able to get past there. He's still dropped back, but he's holding on to that second place in the production twins. Leaders then at the chicane. Oh, Erwin has never been as close here to Christian Elgin. Erwin is definitely lining something up here for the chicane, and he likes Ringawati, so he might do something in Ringawati. Christian Elgin so late on the brakes, is he going to get it stopped? And he does, but Erwin with the drive up into Ringawati, still in behind. Oh, and a big slide there from Erwin from the back end of that Aprilia. He's lost a wee bit of drive up into Dunsfort. They're entering Dunsfort now. Coming on to the start and finish straight. Elgin, get that thing stood up. Get the power down. Out on the start and finish straight. Christian Elgin is your winner in this Super Twin race from Colin Erwin. What a race. Finally, Christian Elgin gets the win. Finn and Wardy, what a third place there. Settled third for the whole race. No longer the bridesmaid. Christian Elgin comes home with a first place trophy. And that will be sitting on the dash of the lorry. Fastest lap also for Christian Elgin, a 1:11.4. And that was done on lap 4. So we'll keep an eye out now for the production twins. Nicky Burns riding round the outside there of Ronan Waters by the looks of it. But it's going to be Graham McAleese and the McKillop motorcycle racing machine takes the win. And second place goes to Nicky Burns. He gets the better of Ronan Waters in the last corner. But of course, second place in the production class. Again, fantastic racing from the twins. We're moving on then to the classic machines. So Christian Elgin with the win, Colin Erwin in second, Finn and Wardy third, Finn O'Connell in fourth, Hayden Clinton fifth, sixth, Michael Gillen, Brendan Kavanagh through in seventh, Keelan Smith eighth, ninth Graham McAleese, 10th Charlie Reynolds, So winner then of the production twins is Graham McAleese from Nicky Burns. Third place is Sean Dorn. Let me see. Fourth is Matthew Curry. Sean Benson in fifth. More great racing there. So the classic machines are up next, and I'm just hearing we're going to run the Super Sport machines then at the Donny Robinson Memorial Super Sport Race just before lunch, and then we'll continue on with, of course, it'll be the Superbike Cup and the pre-injections after the Super Sport Race. There was a change in the programs yesterday, and we've followed it through today as well. So we're going to go through the prize presentation then for the twins, and we'll hand over to Jack Agnew just as the classic bikes are getting ready. 5 little classic bikes in the holding area at the minute, so if you're not there, please can you please get a move on and we can get things underway here. And we all want our lunch. I know I want my lunch. Starting to slur my words here, but if we can have the classic machines please to the holding area ASAP.
Okay, folks, William for the Superbikes, sponsored by Tommy Gary.
Yeah, and then just Superbike Cup.
Club member, sponsored race, and third place, number 111,
Yeah.
Stephen Burkey.
Fingers crossed.
Third place, number 111, Stephen Burkey. Second place, number 96, Neil and Donny. And the winner, I don't think it's here, number 8, Christian Norman. Okay.
So classic machines then making their way round to their grid positions. Andy Kildare on pole from no Barry Davison today, unfortunately. His machine expired yesterday. Nigel Moore second. So we'll see. I think that position of Barry's will be Cap Clear. Nigel Moore third, then Stephen Mason fourth, fifth Linton Irwin, sixth Brian Mateer, seventh is Ian Thompson, 8th Anthony Ambler, 9th Andrew McCrum. Andrew will be looking to push for a win this time. He was really close there in the first race today. Andy Kildare just getting the better of him.
And winner again will be California Cycle number 191, Graham McAleese.
Kildare just having issues with his machine there. Hopefully he can get that up and going again. I'm sure a load of them will be praying he doesn't get it up and going again because he's been unstoppable all year. He's taking a fair run up at this. And that's too with the compression on them machines. He's looking to push, but he's thinking that no, you can't start the race just yet. He's going to push his mechanics, making his way up there with his hands in his pockets. Get yourself ready, get a good push there. So you can see how heavy these machines are. Oh, there we go, he's got the bike fired up now, so we're ready and raring to go then. So Andy Kildare just having issues with his machine there. Oh, that was a quick start there. Andy hardly got a time to do anything about it there. So a couple of spots of rain on the comedy booth window. Oh, poor. Again, that bike, it just doesn't want to fire up. He's had awful issues with that. Sounds maybe like ignition problems or maybe a nip ring or something on that bike, but it just doesn't want to fire. So a few spits of rain then at the start and finish here, but of course these classic machines, they use the same tyres all year round. Some of them even last all year. So no slicks, no wets, just a sticky compound, no tyre warmers, just man and the machine. So through the chicane then we go. Nigel Moore got a good start off the line. And he was in the lead there, but Andy Kildare? It is indeed up the inside there of Nigel Moore at the chicane. That was a wee bit cheeky on the 350. They were side by side right through the entrance of the chicane. Through Ringawati then heading for Dunsford. And again, continuing the spit here at the start and finish straight. Out on the start and finish then, Andy Kildare. But look who's coming. Number 50 now, Anthony Ambler. A great start there for Anthony Ambler. And he'll be able to get towed along with ease, but it can all change if weather isn't on our side. Of course, you have wet weather specialists, especially in the classic category. So it's Andy Kildare, Nigel Moore, Anthony Ambler, Andrew McCrum, Mark Cowan in 5th place. 6th is Sean Leonard. 7th, Ian Thompson. 8th, Brian Harding. 9th, Phil Murphy. And Adam McKee is the top 10. Of course, we'll run through each individual championship as we go through it. Again, there's 3 different championships within the one. 4, apologies. There's 2 50s, 3 50s, 500s, and the open class. So Andy Kildare still under pressure from Nigel Moore. Through Ringawati, you can see Nigel Moore closing in mid-corner there, right on top of Andy Kildare, but once he gets that machine out on the start and finish straight, you'll start to see him pulling away from Moore, no doubt. But very impressive there, Anthony Ambler still hanging on to them there. But Ambler leading, so Andy Kildare leading the open class, Nigel Moore leading the 350 class, Ambler leading the 500 class, and there's 2nd place in the 500s, Andrew McCrum. Sean Leonard then has made it past Mark Cowan, up in the 3rd of the 500s, Mark Cowan 2nd of the 350s. We may start to see these times starting to plummet now. Andy Kildare fastest lap of 1:27.7, Nigel Moore 1:27.8 that time round. Again, they make their way towards the chicane. And back out the other side then, Nigel Moore still pushing, but Anthony Ambler isn't dropping off the pace too quickly here. His last lap was 1:28.3, the gap was 0.6 back off Nigel Moore. As they blip down the gears through that tricky wee right-hander as the track tightens on you on the way back out of it. So you have to sort of stay banked over for a lot longer than what you think. It's a late enough apex. Very popular for getting the elbow down as well. There's a nice camber just right in the middle of it. Kildare, long look behind him there. Look at the speed of that 350 of Nigel Moores. Nigel Moores slipstreaming. Andy Kildare moving over the left hand side, up the inside. Does he make it stick? It disappeared behind the trees, but it looks like Nigel Moore is in the lead of this race and posting the fastest lap, a 1:26.6 for Nigel Moore. 350. Nigel has a lot of confidence, especially if he sees a few spots of rain on the screen of his bike. Of course, maybe that's where he has the advantage, because he hasn't got a screen on his bike. So again, at the hairpin then, at the chicane. The machine's tipping in. Is it still Moore that is in the lead? As we look back underneath the windmill. So Andy Kildare has clawed that back then off Nigel Moore. Fairways 1 and 2 in through Ringawaddy. Again, Supersport machines, can you make your way to the holding area, please? That's the Supersport machines to the holding area as quickly as you can. And then after that, we're going to go on our lunch break after the Supersport race. That's the Donny Robinson Memorial Race, of course. Andy Kildare across the line. Swapping and changing. Andy Kildare again with the fastest lap of 1:26.6 that time round. Nigel Moore still holding on. Anthony Ambler now starting to claw back a wee bit of ground on Nigel Moore. So the gap is now down to 0.6. Just bit by bit. There's Andrew McCrum then. He's starting to get caught then. Now that guy is in behind him. Ian Thompson away across the line on the silver Dream Machine. Of course, one of our scrutineers. The first one up and the last one to bed. Andy Kildare really biting the bullet now, and he's pulled a huge gap now on Nigel Moore. So we'll see what this lap time is. Last time the gap was 0.8 back from Nigel Moore. Anthony Ambler. And that was Adam McKay away through on the 250. Just behind Phil Murphy. So we're looking back then, the leaders coming on to start and finish straight. Andy Kildare, number 51. 3 laps to go then of this race, Nigel Moore. The gap is over 2 seconds. Anthony Ambler still leading the 500, but he still wants to be ahead of Nigel Moore, no doubt. Andy Kildare, that was a 1:24.8 that time from Andy Kildare. He really has bit the bullet on this lap. He could have just been toying with them earlier on. He knows how quick that machine is of his. Of course, second place in the open class is Ian Thompson. He's a further. The gap last time was 9 seconds back to Ian Thompson. And here he comes. Number 63 machine. Sounds slightly different on the way past there, maybe a wee blowout from one of the exhausts. So the leaders back up behind us here now. Coming up to slower riders, but I'm sure it'll not annoy Andy too much. Through Dunsford then. Kildare. Oh, Nigel Moore then just having to ride round the outside of that slower rider. He had no other choice, but he hasn't lost too much there. He's actually gained on Anthony Ambler on that lap. Of course, leading the 500. Second, the 500 is further back, Andrew McCrum. Andrew McCrum, that looked like Cowan riding around the outside of McCrum just at the chicane. Let me see, it was indeed. So Mark Cowan up at Dunsfort then, he rode round the outside of the 500 of Macrum. But of course Macrum's still second in the 500 class. Mark Kine up in the fourth in the road, but second of the 350s. So holding off then for Andy Kildare. That last lap of his was 1:25.4. Still fast, but he's just easing off and maintaining that gap. Much like the sidecars, they can be temperamental, these machines. Nigel Moore just getting held up a wee bit again by a slower rider. Again, another call for the Super Sport machines, please, to the holding area. That's for the Donny Robinson Memorial Race. You can make your way to the holding area, please. That would be fantastic. Okay, last lap time then for Andy Kildare. And look at the slower rider. They're not so slow in a straight line anyway. Just getting the better of Anthony Ambler there once again. You see into the first corner. Ambler, will he be able to get past him? He's going to have to ride round the outside maybe. That was Phil Murphy then. So Phil Murphy, new lease of life there for him. Adam McKee away through then. Sounds a wee bit flat, that wee 250. But here, if you were that age, you'd be a wee bit flat too. So Mark Kine then away through. So we're looking then. Just here and there, I think Brian Harding unfortunately has retired out of this one. But again, no such issues for this man, Andy Kildare. Up through Dunsfort then for the last time this weekend for Andy. And the checkered flag being ready once again. Number 51 has it done. Across the line and takes the win in the open class and on the road. Nigel Moore then had an easy couple of laps there at the end of that. Winner of the 350 class, second on the road. And Anthony Ambler, that was good shooting there today for Anthony Ambler. Third on the road and winner of the 500 class. There is Phil Murphy. Incidentally, that was his fastest lap at 1:38. And you could tell by the way he was moving about on that machine. And he got a good tow there with Nigel Moore and Anthony Ambler. So this should be Mark Kine then. So Mark will finish up fourth on the road and second of the 350s. There it is then. The number 26 machine. And Andrew McCrum was able to hold off. Oh, Brian Harding was circulating there. Before I heard on the radio that he had retired. But there he is, third in the 350 class then. Sean Leonard, seventh on the road, third of the 500s. And Ian Thompson then second, once again in the open class. Again, the classic machines had largely depleted field. So 10 machines finished out of 20 plus. That was counted anyway. So that's unfortunate. They are very temperamental, these machines. So and parts can be quite difficult to get them. Andy Kildare then coming in. Of course, they're going to do the prize presentation before the Super Sport race. So hopefully they're in the holding area and we're ready to go. This is the Donny Robinson Memorial Super Sport Pro Race over 12 laps. Race 11 in your programs, and then we're going to go for about 8 before the Superbike Cup and the pre-injections go out to battle on track once again. What? Need some food, I'm going to fall asleep here. You do 50 press-ups.
Okay, so the podium award was
Supersport machines then.
250.
Right on track. Have to see Christian Elgin on pole. No Corey McGreevy obviously today. The McAdoo racing team, they don't race on a Sunday. And they never have. So Mark Conlon then in third, Ross Irwin fourth. First of the Cup riders in fifth. And that's Rob McCauley. Really good shooting there. Very impressed with Rob this weekend. Ross Moore then in sixth. Seventh is Gary Scott. If he can get it off the line this time, he was very, very lucky in the first by anyone behind him. Robert Waddell then second of the Cup riders in eighth is Warren Knowles. 10th Stephen McAdoo. 11th Michael Gillen. 12th is William Donnelly. 13th Daniel Matheson. Third of the Cup riders and 14th that's Jack Caldwell. Stephen Love then in fourth of the Cup riders and 15th. Keelan Smith lines up 16th, 17th Michael Gahan. And then 5th, 6th and 7th is Ross Martin, Michael Carr and Brett McCallum. Nephew of Philip McCallum. Some young buck used to race years ago. He had his debut as well at Tandragee, who Brett McCallum had his uncle teaching him, showing them the ropes. Alan Irwin joining us again here. So it was earlier, I seen a comment earlier about the back ear man's head. That is Alan Irwin. He comes up here just to support. So what's going on here? There's someone pointing. So I think we're all good to go there. Supersport race, the Donny Robinson Memorial Race. Something going on here with the front row. Number 94, that is where Rob McCauley is meant to be. So I don't know. Oh no, so it's there's something wrong with Ross Irwin's machine. Unfortunately, the Magic Bullet Ducati having to be pulled off the grid. Looking down the left hand side of it, maybe some, but the green flag is being waved then. Now we're going to have another warm-up lap then. So unfortunate there, Ross Irwin, he's getting the hang of that Ducati. And he's took to it really, really well this weekend, but there is an issue, maybe something leaking out of the side of it, unfortunately. But this happens. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of pressure in these engines. So unfortunate for the team, but fair play. I think it was Graham Smallwoods that pointed that out. It was smoking quite a bit there. It might have been something just dripping onto the exhaust, a wee bit of coolant or something, a bit of water. So fair play, not chancing it. And of course that puts him up another spot in the race. So maybe a wee tactic there. But hard lines for the Magic Bullet team, unfortunately, with this one. So second warm-up lap then. for the Supersport. This is the Donny Robinson Memorial Race. And again, they will line up as they were, of course. Just letting them go again. The tyres starting to get a wee bit cold. Track temperature is back down to 25 degrees. And of course the engine's overheating as well, so they don't run very good when that happens. William Donnelly there. His R6 going very well this weekend as well. That's the third row. He had a good battle last time there with Thomas McAdoo as well. So Thomas McAdoo having to get that ZX6 off the line. Very retro colours. Lovely looking livery on that machine. So here we go then. The green flag is waved. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up. Mark Collin on a charge. What a start there for Mark Collin when the lights went out. Wow, an absolute rocket. Unfortunately, Christian Elgin just starting to go backwards now on. He got an awful start off the line. I think it took him by surprise. But Elkie has given himself a lot of work to do in this one. The Ducati, the NRG Ducati of Mark Conlon. Absolute rocket off the line. It was like he hit a NOS button and it just planted itself. And he's about 6 bike lengths of a lead here at the minute into the chicane then. He'll be pushing for another win here today. His confidence is up. And I think he was talking about selling that machine because he was moving house. He was moving in with, I think, his girlfriend or his wife perhaps. And I'm not one to judge, but obviously he's held on to the bike. Hopefully it wasn't a me or the bike situation. But Mark Conlon in the lead of this one then. Christian Elgin trying to make his way around the outside there, but he has to tuck back in again and get the drive to get past William Donnelly. What a start for William Donnelly, up into second place for William Donnelly. We did say before the race he was going well during qualifying. And the first race today he done very well. He had a good battle. But now up into second place. This will give him a lot of confidence. And if Christian Elgin gets past on his R6, he could hook onto the back of him, even for a few corners, just to learn to see where the lines are, see where he's putting the power on. I think then it'll be too difficult at this point to claw back any time on Mark Conlon. So at the chicane then, NRG Ducati getting its neck run here. Oh, look at Christian Elgin on the brakes. Absolutely phenomenal. I don't know why I'm so surprised, because this is just normal behaviour from Christian Elgin. What is this lap time going to be from Elgin? He's closed that gap then. So he was 2 seconds behind Mark Conlon the lap before. Of course, a lot of traffic to get through. Christian Elgin, 1.3 seconds it is now. 1.3 seconds of the gap. William Donnelly still up there in that 5th place in that front group. A great result for him if he can hold on to the back of that group. Christian Elgin with the fastest time of 1:10.9. So we'll move back to the hairpin then. And we'll see the gap is something similar there, maybe closed up a wee bit more. Christian Elgin pushing that R6 Yamaha to its absolute limit here. And just watch him coming through, breaking into this chicane. He looks like he's not going to get stopped every single time, and he just clips curb to curb. Absolutely perfect every single time. He is a class act, or Elgate. Back up through in the Dunsford. You can see that has visibly closed in now. He has to do something quick because it's starting to get darker here at Bishopscourt. 0.7 the gap is down to now. He's taking another chunk out of Mark Conlon. Oh, Tommy McAdoo has got ahead of William Donnelly now. So McAdoo and Donnelly are back at it once again. I think William Donnelly was maybe a wee bit miffed there whenever he came through in second place, but what a result so far for Robert Waddell, leading the cup class just ahead of Rob McCauley. So two very, very fast men indeed. So looking back at the leaders again, it doesn't look like there's much ground being made up this time. Mark may have got a pit board and been told, fight the screen, son. Chrissy's coming. And he's still coming. Look at the lean angle he's using through Ringawati. He is pushing hard. Further back as well. They're not making it easy for themselves here. As they're the battle for third place. It looks like Ross Moore maybe going to get this one. But look, not as fast that time for LK 1:10.7, but it's faster for Christian Elgin. So we're having a look. William Donnelly has got the better of Thomas McAdoo again. So he's back on him again. Deja vu from the race one. Unfortunately, that is a red flag, unfortunately. So this race has been red flagged here. So unfortunately we are under a red flag with this one. With incident just at the last chicane there, fairways 2. So the machine's making their way back down into the holding area. And the marshals and paramedics doing a fantastic job as usual, but there will be a slight delay, and of course if we do hear anything, we'll be soon to let you know. No problem, Kitty. Do we have a time for lunch? How long do you reckon? No worries. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with this stoppage here, we're just going to stop for lunch. Get time for a wee bite to eat, and we're aiming to get back for around 2 o'clock. So if everyone will be back on their posts for 2 o'clock, please, that would be fantastic. So we're going to get a wee bite to eat here, and with the pause in proceedings at the minute, we shouldn't be too much longer. We'll be back in around 2 o'clock.
Brap Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motor Shocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brap Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brap Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
Can we have the Supersport machines, please, to the holding area? That's the Supersports for the Donny Robinson Memorial Trophy races. To the holding area, please.
Are you back in location? Yeah, back in location. George, are you okay and ready to go? Okay, you're in location, ready to go. Kenny Supervisor, are you okay to go?
All good to go, John.
Robert, are you okay to go?
All good to go.
DJ, you okay? Alright. Tom, you okay?
Again, folks, could all marshals and flag marshals please get to their posts as soon as possible? So the clock, of course, is going out now for the track inspection, and will soon be out on track. So again, all Supersport machines, please make their way to the holding area. Again, a reminder, this will be a continuation from the race before it was unfortunately red flagged. So therefore, Mark Conlon will start on pole from Christian Elkin. Ross Moore will line up in third. And first of the Cup riders, Robert Waddell, lines up in fourth. Second of the Cup riders, Rob McCauley, will line up beside him in fifth position. William Donnelly, after that phenomenal start there, he had a lap there in second place. And he's starting now in sixth. So a good advantage there for Willie Donnelly. Seventh is Thomas McAdoo. Eighth is Warren Knowles. Ninth, third of the Cup riders, Ross Martin. 10th, fourth of the Cup riders is Brett McCallan. Gary Scott will line up in 11th. Michael Gillen in 12th. Jack Cadwell lines up 13th. Joey Hennessy 14th. Graham Smallwoods in 15th. Alan Mayers 16th. 17th is Simon McCullough. 18th Jamie Dixon. 19th Patrick Nee. And 20th is William Young. But of course they'll all be set once you get to the grid positions, or if you can position yourselves there on the dummy grid, that will make life even easier. So again, Clockwell course is just round the back half of the track, heading for fairways. So if we can get all Super Sport machines, please. And a reminder for anyone who has borrowed a transponder, in the Classics, Ian Thompson, number 63, Ian Thompson, can you please return your transponder? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Clockwell course is just turning back into the paddock. So we'll get the proceedings underway here very, very soon. So the remainder of the Super Sport machines could please make their way to the holding area. So that's final call for the Supersport machines. They are ready to go out on track any second now. So if you're not there, please get yourself into the holding area ASAP. Well, here we go then. The Supersport machines will be going out on track. The green flag is waved at the bottom of pit lane. So all the mechanics, the riders scrambling to get the tire warmers off. And the bikes are now out on track for their sighting lap. So again, the riders, they will line up where they were before the red flag. So it is a continuation of the race before. And this is over 8 laps. Of course, they had 4 laps done of the 12 lapper. So again, Mark Conlon then on pole from Christian Elgin and Ross Moore. Cracker start there from Ross Moore as well. Robert Waddell then in 4th, 5th is Rob McCauley. 2nd row, William Donnelly, Thomas McAdoo, Warren Knowles, and Brett McCallan. And then we have Gary Scott, Michael Gillen, Jack Cadwell, Joey Hennessy, who was promoted as well up into the pro class after his win yesterday. Graham Smallwoods, Alan Merge, Simon McCullough, Jimmy Dixon, Pat Ney and William Young. So again, depleted grid this time. There is a lot of rubber on the ground, and when it gets wet, it can get quite treacherous. So a lot of riders maybe opting to not race this one. But we'll have a full front row here. Michael Gillen unfortunately didn't get out in time, but here we go. They're told to watch the lights. The reds go up, and away they go. Once again, a great start there from Mark Collin. Chris Loudon got a far better start this time. He hasn't got as much work to do to stay with Collin this time. So they gingerly make their way through turn 1 in behind them trees. and make their way towards the hairpin. Again, there will be a lot of rubber on the exit, especially the exit of this hairpin, and up to the chicane then. So it looks like Conlon's still in the lead of this one, and you can just see the rooster tails off the back end of these machines as they're struggling for grip. And Conlon, he is out in front, and he's pulled a wee bit of a gap there through fairways then. And I'm looking for Christian Elkin. Oh, Christian Elkin's on the grass. I think Christian Elkin has retired out of this one then. He's pulled over, unfortunately. So Elkie has pulled over at fairways, but the leaders are coming down towards us now. It is Mark Conlon. And a cracker start there from, don't forget, our cup rider, Robert Waddell. William Donnelly up into third place again this time. With Brett McCallum, Ross Martin, Warren Nose, Guy Scott, Jack Caldwell, Jamie Dixon, Alan Myers, William Young in that order. So again, another cracker start there from William Donnelly up into third place. Of course, he's second of the Supersport Cup riders, so we'll have to keep an eye on Robert Waddell. Ross Moore, he's currently fourth on the road there, but third of the Supersport riders. So in through the chicane then to go. Once again, it doesn't look like anyone's going to come close to Mark Conlon here. Although Robert Waddell, a nice smooth rider, and suit him down to the ground this wet weather. Look at William Donnelly as well. He's doing very well just to hang on to the back of that group. He's still chasing that second place then. He's not going to give up in this one. Out on the start and finish then. Mark Conlon across the line. Robert Waddell. That's Ross Moore. Oh, William Donnelly just dropping off the pace a wee bit. So Donnelly still fifth there, but third in the Supersport. Fastest lap goes to Mark Conlon, a 1:15.4 from Conlon on the Ducati. The Ducati will be well suited as well to these conditions. He can set the bike up just and use the torque out of the corners instead of trying to ride the corner all the time like you have to do a lot of the time on these Supersport machines. So at the chicane then, Conlon pulling away again. The gap was 1.7 seconds. Last time round, Robert Waddell a 1:16.0. He's just pulling away. All he has to do is maintain that gap. He doesn't have to do anything heroic in this race, and he can walk away with another win, especially in these conditions. Very, very tricky indeed. And this top corner at Dunsfort, the way the camber sort of rolls away from you, and there's a bump in the middle of the corner too, can be quite treacherous. Another lap down then, Mark Conlon. And look at Robert Waddell and Ross Moore. So Ross Moore with the fastest lap this time round, a 1:15.0. A hundredth of a second faster than Mark Conlon on that lap. He's starting to feel it. He's starting to get in the groove now, Ross Moore, and he has to chase down Robert Waddell. His last lap was 1:16.0. Ross Moore is a full second quicker than Robert Waddell on that lap, so he may have a chance here. 5 laps to go in this race, so he's 2 seconds. Ross Moore just has to hold off Robert Waddell then, who's nearly 3 seconds further back on Mark Conlon on that lap. We'll have a look. Conlon making his way through Ringawati. Ross Moore is now ahead of Robert Waddell. So Ross Moore has got the advantage now, and he's chasing down Mark Conlon. Again, if he can keep that pace, he was a second, 1/100th of a second faster than Conlon on that last lap. But he has to up the game. Ross Moore, fastest lap again. A 1:14.3 compared to Mark Conlon's last lap, a 1:14.9. So this is going to be close at the finish. That was Warren Knowles then on Ross Martin. He moves over to the left hand side. He's using the power of the Yamaha down the straight, but Ross Martin on the ZX6 closes the door on him into turn 1, and Warren Knowles is going to have to try and do all that again. And it sounds like with a retirement there, the klaxon went, or maybe that was a wee slip. So the machine's then heading back underneath the windmill through fairways. Mark Conlon, but look at Ross Moore. He's pushing and pushing and pushing. He has to find the limit, and he has to find it quick, because sometimes it can backfire on you, and that's the last thing Ross Moore wants. But that Honda is probably one of the best handling machines on the grid. And as steady as you like, he comes out of Dunsford. So Mark Conlon is slower that time, a 1:14.5. But in Ross Moore, a 1:14.1. He can sniff his top step of this podium. He has to get into the bellows of that Ducati if he wants to get anywhere near close to winning this. What a result this would be for Ross Moore. But Mark Conlon as well, he's been chipping away all season. He got his win on the NRG Ducati as we wait to see them coming through here. So Warren Knowles then has got the better of Ross Martin across the line. William Donnelly then, his lap time, William Donnelly was a 1:17. Warren Knowles 1:17.1. Warren Knowles 1:17.5. So he might be hard pushed trying to get him within only a couple of laps to go then after this one. Back to the leaders then. Robert Waddell still hanging on in there in third place in the Supersport. Of course, leading the Cup class at the minute. Rob McCauley second and Brett McCallum third in the Cup class. But here's the Supersport leader, Conlon. And the gap is now down to 1.7 seconds. Is he going to have enough time here? Slightly slower there from Ross Moore that time. He needs his consistency. Ross's best time was 1:14.1. That last lap was 1:14.7, although he was still quicker than Mark Conlon with a 1:15.0. Not an awful lot, but he's still chipping away there. And if Conlon sees that on his pit board, or if Ross Moore shows him a front wheel, it could put him under a lot of pressure. So the Ducati then again splashing through the puddles here at Bishopscourt, tips in fairways and heads up towards Ringawati then. This next time round they will be getting the last lap flag. Oh, it looks, unfortunately, William Young retiring out of this one. The leader's down the front straight again. The last lap flag is out. And just look how racy Ross Moore looks in this one. From Robert Waddell. He's got a mile of a lead in the Supersport Cup class, with Rob McCauley there just in behind having a good look over his shoulder. Brett McCallum is there too, but he's not going to have enough time to do anything. So we'll have to keep a close eye then on Ross Moore with this one. He is chipping away. The gap is now 1.1 seconds from Mark Conlon. That last lap was a 1:14.3. Conlon's up the pace as well. Conlon's put in a 1:14.8. So I don't think Moore is going to have enough time here to do anything. It looks like Conlon has opened the gap up again. So Moore maybe just pushing himself a wee bit too much. And he's made a mistake or run wide somewhere. If he can bring it home, what a result that would be for Ross Moore in second place in the Ulster Supersport Championship. Disappear, they just come back through, up through Dunsford then. The checkered flag being readied, and another win, and a well-deserved win. Mark Conlon takes the checkered flag over Ross Moore. What a ride for Ross Moore. Last lap, fastest lap for Mark Conlon. And Robert Waddell wins the Cup class and third in the Supersport, but of course, separate championships within this one. And across the line, the number 94, Rob McCauley then. Fifth was Brett McCallan. Third in the cup class. Rob was second in the cup class. So good podium finishes for all them guys. William Donnelly third in the Supersport 600 from Warren Knowles in fifth. Or fourth, apologies. What a result there for Warren Knowles as well. Fourth cup rider home was Ross Martin. And he was 8th on the road, and cruising across the line, Gary Scott. It hasn't been his day today. But still good racing nonetheless. So the Superbikes and pre-injection machines well on their way into the holding area. So the Superbike Cup, remember, and the injection machines, there was a change to the programs yesterday. We're following that through. So Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines getting ready for their race. What a great win once again, Mark Conlon, and fastest lap as well on the last lap. But of course he didn't have to push that hard because Ross Moore just dropped off a wee bit. As the riders come back in through the paddock, Mark Conlon will be over the moon with that. And a wee burnout there for Mark Conlon, a well-deserved burnout for Mark Conlon on the NRG Ducati. So again, what a great race. Slemish Water and Donny Robinson Memorial Race. And of course they will be going to the podium for the prize presentation, and Jack Agnew will be doing that here very, very soon. So all the bikes nearly in now, so that's the Superbike Cup, and the pre-injection machines will be going out on track here any second now.
Yep, for now.
Oh, good. Okay. So Superbike Cup machines making their way down. Of course, split grids with this one with the pre-injection machines. Jonathan Gregory on pole, Tom Oliver, Darren Crackerty, Alan Armstrong, Ian Wardy, Aaron McCann, Michael Press in 7th, And we have Andrew McRae, Ben Crooks, John Byrne, Wayne Gaffney, and unfortunately Loris Breton sustained a hand injury yesterday during the Superbike race. So unfortunately he won't be out in this one. Alexander Rowan on pole in the Prain Jackson machines from Conor McDonald, Stephen Love, Johnny Irwin, Ian Lynch, Ronan Cosgrave and Robert Toner. So here we go then, the prize presentation still going ahead, but the bikes are on and away they go. Great start there for Jonathan Gregory as he looks over the left hand side. I think he just missed a gear there, so he's starting to go backwards. Tom Oliver with another good start, but the Prain Jackson machines are going here now. Away they go. Oh, Alexander Rowan just struggling to get that machine off the line each time. I didn't see Stephen Love there going through. We didn't see Stephen Love in that grid. Hopefully he is out and just missed him. But he's had an alright weekend this weekend as well. So through the chicane then. Keep your wee eye out to see where Jonathan Gregory went to. Started going backwards in that one. Oh, and he's in the lead. So he's in the lead of this race. He is indeed, nice and steady away. I'm just looking to see who that is in second place as they come through. Oh, big dive up there, up the inside at Ringawati. So I think they're just finishing taking photographs here, and I'm sure they'll continue on with the prize presentation pretty shortly. But Jonathan Gregory, after not such a good start, has absolutely nailed it, and he's back in the lead then, ahead of Aaron McCann and Tom Oliver. Ben Cruz, Michael Press, Andrew McRae, Alan Armstrong. Where's Jonathan Gregory? Still pushing down the bottom half of the track. The Prain Jackson race then is led by Conor McDonald, Jake Crean in second, third place Charlie Reynolds, fourth is Alexander Rowan, again just struggling to get that machine off the line. Paul Demain then in fifth, again keep an eye on Paul, he doesn't mind the wet weather. Daniel Cooper in sixth in the Prain Jackson, seventh is Vincent Long. So the leaders are still getting photographs and stuff taken here. So the leaders are back up to Dunsford now. Jonathan Gregory as smooth as you like, getting the power on nice and gently on that Superbike. And Aaron McCann, let's see, the gap is now up to 2.8 seconds. And there's Tom Oliver. So Tom Oliver, don't forget, still getting the hang of this R1 Yamaha. And not really great conditions to be getting used to anything. So there's Alan Armstrong then, popping, and someone's popping and banging there on the way past. I think that was maybe Conor McDonald. So hopefully there's not too many issues with that machine of his. Ian Jonathan Gregory with the fastest lap of 120.7, Aaron McCann at 121.8. So Tom Oliver then still holding on there in that fourth place. Again, these Prain Jackson machines are absolutely perfect for these weather conditions. Nice and soft suspension. I'm pretty sure actually it might have been Thomas Maxwell that actually won a Supersport race at Mandela Park in the wet. He opted to park his machine and he brought his old, well then it was a pre-97 bike. But here we go with the presentation. Jonathan Gregory still in the lead there. And starting to pull away from that R1. of Aaron McCann. You can see the wings in that R1 working on Tom Oliver on the slightly older machine there, but just as fast. Oh, and there's an incident there at Dunsport, just on the exit. We missed that, but it's rider is up and okay. And there's Paul DeMain there. I wonder who that was and who's dropping down. I think that might have been Michael Press, perhaps, just dropping down the screen there. Number 54 away through there. That's Vincent Long. He's currently 7th. Won't belong here till the leaders are back up with us. And at 104, it was indeed Michael Press confirmation there. So back with the leaders then. Well done to everyone involved in that Supersport race. Jonathan Gregory then still in the lead from Aaron McCann. Tom Oliver then just a long look behind him, and it's a huge gap back to 4th place. Ben Crooks across the line then. Conor McDonald, who's leading the pre-injection. And look at Alexander Rowan. So Alexander Rowan is on a charge now in this one. He's up into 3rd place and he's chasing Charlie Reynolds. I don't think he's got enough time to hunt down Conor McDonald. The leader just exiting the chicane, making his way back round. So Sidecar machines will be up next, guys. You can make your way to the holding area. So Gregory rounds Ringawati, and when he crosses the line, it will be 5 laps to go in this race. So here he is then, Gregory. And that's Aaron McCann waiting for Tom Oliver. Pretty well spread out now in this race. So Tom Oliver there will keep an eye on the pre-injection machines. Specifically, let's see, Alexander Rowan. So the gap to Charlie Williams was not Charlie Reynolds, sorry, 0.2. There we go, he's got the better of him then. He crosses the line there and moves up into 2nd place in the pre-injection class. Again, but he's further 2.6 seconds back on Conor McDonald. Again, the pre-injection machines. Alexander Rowan, a 1:21.4 is his time last time round. So he's on a charge now. He's actually quicker than Jonathan Gregory on the Superbike at the minute. So we'll look back at the chicane then. And we'll keep an eye. You can hear the thunder noise of that Yamaha, that R1 in the background. We're coming up the slower riders now and just navigating around them. So we're waiting on. There's Tom Oliver then. Starting to rev that machine out a wee bit more. Getting used to it now, especially with these conditions. With the back end just dancing about ever so slightly. 4 laps to go with this one then. It may just dry up, you know, track temperature is 21 degrees there. It may dry before the end of the day if we don't get any more spits of rain. Number 12, Paul DeMain way through. He's up into 4th now in the pre-injection class. But Alexander Rowan still chasing down. The gap from Alexander Rowan to Conor McDonald is only 1.2 seconds now, so he does have a chance in getting this. Alexander Rowan's time at 1:22 that time. Conor McDonald, his last lap was his best lap of 1:23.7. Number 54 away through Vincent Long once again. Oh, we've got Jonathan Gregory. Gregory's in trouble here. Jonathan Gregory is in trouble. Look at Aaron McCann. Where did he come from? And posting the fastest lap. That was a 1:18.8 that time for Aaron McCann. And Jonathan Gregory faster again, a 1:19.9. So he's clawed him in. Absolutely hand over fist. Gregory maybe just relaxed a wee bit and wasn't expecting that from Aaron McCann. And there are the Crane injection machines coming through. Just starting to spread themselves out that wee bit as we look back down towards the hairpin and the chicane. And look at Aaron McCann. It's Aaron McCann that's in the lead of this one, and already pulled a massive lead on Gregory. He's got the confidence in the wet here. Gregory on the brakes. He's trail braking into the chicane. He just about got it stopped there. In through Ringawati then. As the sun tries to squeeze itself out through the clouds here. So here we go. It's McCann that is in the lead of this one. Gregory will not know what hit him there. McCann with a consistent 1:18.9 that time round. Jonathan Gregory 1:20.8. So we're looking now at Tom Oliver. He's in a safe third place there, no doubt. Now look at this, Alexander Rowan on Conor McDonald. He's still pushing hard. Again, it's alright catching someone is trying to get past him. He gets in the slipstream of McDonald. Is he going to try and pull out and manoeuvre, squeeze his way through into the first corner? Slower riders just ahead of him there. Might be a wee bit tricky. They all have to ride round the outside of that slower rider. So this time round, they will be getting the last lap flag. So the sidecar machines, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. Again, McCann just navigating around the slower rider. You can see the bib, the newcomer, and Gregory having to ride around the outside at Ringawati. So here we go again. McCann steady away in the wet. Oh, something seriously wrong with that machine there when it was going past. He could end up losing this altogether. It couldn't get gears. It was just touching the limiter. Maybe a quick shifter problem there. It sounded like it was trying to cut the ignition. It's caught a few people out. Maybe their foot rested on it. They don't know, but it looked like there was an issue with the gearbox in that one. So we'll keep an eye on that, and hopefully he can nurse it home and finish this race. We're on the last lap now then. And still Alexander Rowan can't do anything about McConnell. So McDonald just still pushing hard. That was his fastest lap there, 1:21.4. Alexander Rowan 1:22.2. So we'll look back, try and keep an eye on the leaders. It is indeed. It's still McCann in the lead. So it might have been just a wee error on his part, hopefully. But he's going to be able to nurse it home down the straight here. There's a lot of torque in these machines, and there's a lot of stress in the gearboxes. But he's able to do it then. Here he is. Aaron McCann takes the win in the Superbike Cup. Jonathan Gregory in second place. And we'll look back then at Vincent Long. That's the pre-injection machine taking the checker flag there. He finishes in 7th in the pre-injection class. Again, Tom Oliver just dropping fairly back there on that one, but he's still settling there for 3rd place. Oh, Conor McDonald got the better of Alexander Rowan at the line then. So Conor McDonald with the win. Alexander Rowan second. Charlie Reynolds, saying Charlie Williams, in fifth. Sixth is Tam Oliver, but third in the cup class. Paul Demain then fourth across the line. And that's Daniel Cooper, fifth. Ben Crooks, oh, it was tight across the line there. Ben Crooks got it, fourth in the cup. And fifth was Alan Armstrong. So again, Sidecar machines up next then. And they'll be doing some slipping and sliding around this damp circuit here. So again, they've been working on the podiums. I'll get a wee drink and have a wee break here just before we get the sidecars up and running again. So guys, anyone in that class that has just came back in the paddock, can you please return your transponders if you have borrowed one? So Charlie Reynolds, can you please return both your transponders? Jake Crean, Shane Farrell, Ben Crooks, Aaron McCann, Andrew McRae, can you all please return your transponders or get someone to throw them up for you?
Okay, folks, this is time for the Superbike Cup 2 years of Green Jackson. Start this and the Superbike Cup is number 333, Tom Oliver. Second place in the Superbike Cup is number 188, Shelton Gregory. And fourth place is number 195, Aaron McCann. Well done, Aaron. Okay, well, we're on to Steve Jackson 600. In third place is number 26, Charlie Round. Number 26, Charlie Round. Second place is number 65, Alexander Rowan. In fourth place is Bishopscourt 600, or Steve Jackson 600, is Conor McDonald. Well done, Conor.
So Sidecar machines then making their way to their positions. And just a reminder, please, for anyone who has borrowed a transponder, that's Charlie Reynolds +2, Jake Crean, Shane Fowle, Ben Crooks, Aaron McCann, and Andrew McCrae. Can you all please return your transponders as soon as possible? Please tell me they've all returned.
No, Charlie Reynolds has, and then there's a couple of boys.
All right, okay.
It's enough.
So once again, pole position left clear in memory of Darren O'Dwyer, who sadly passed away, lost his life in a work accident. 2024 Sidecar Irish champion. So on the front row then is Paul Clark and Stephen Daly, Declan Brady and Harry McAleese, Scobie Clark and Simon Meathan, Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash. Here they go, the green flag is waved. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. And again, a great start there for Paul Clark. I think Terry O'Reilly is feeling this one now. O'Reilly, again, wet conditions with these machines. And it's the first time this weekend for a lot of the riders today that have been out. So the first couple of laps, just feeling their way around. As they make their way towards the hairpin at the bottom half of the track. We'll keep an eye on Scobie Clark. I don't think he's up near the pointy end there. But Clark is definitely under pressure now from O'Reilly. Come up the back half of the track. You can hear them literally screaming for grip. So Clark definitely not getting away as quickly this time in this Sidecar race. Philly Newton getting a good start there as well. He's just in behind Tony Willis. Around Dunsford then for the first time in this race. Clark trying to get the power on nice and early. Look at that distinctive wide line then from the number 19 machine of O'Reilly. And look at Tony Willis up into third place there. And Phil Newton and Kieran Gordon. Great start for them. Up into fourth. So Monaghan, Culloch, Kettle and McDermott all the way through. back at the hairpin then, and they'll be heading up towards the chicane once again. Will O'Reilly be able to do anything about Clark? He's definitely closed up on him through the chicane, but once Clark again opens the taps on that machine, he starts to pull away. And in these conditions, it's just really a matter of holding on tight as the back end of that outfit just squirms and works and fights for some grip through into Ringawati. Oh, look at Philly Newton then on the brakes on Tony Willis. Philly Newton's feeling this one. He sees a podium finish here. Back up to Dunsford then. Oh, a massive moment there for Clark, and that's allowed O'Reilly just to close in that wee bit more. Philly Newton, Kieran Gordon then. So the gap. Oh, the gap's down then, so Philly Newton just catching a 1:07.5 that time. Terry O'Reilly with the fastest lap that time, a 1:29.6. So unfortunately, Ryan Deneen once again has retired. He's going to have to go home and rebuild that thing, no doubt. Hopefully we'll see him out again later in the season. So the leaders again, you can see O'Reilly just trying to punch through the air there with Clark underneath the windmill. He's definitely closer this time. We'll have a look at the gap when they crossed the line. The last time it was 0.3. And of course O'Reilly posting the fastest lap. Philly Newton just dropping back off the pace a wee bit from Tony Willis. Willis and Harn still pushing hard. Dunsford then, once again, it's Clark. O'Reilly really, look at that wide line, he's able to get the power on that wee bit earlier. Whereas Clark tucks it in a wee bit tighter and it's upsetting the rear of that outfit. Tony Willis then, away through Ian Harn, Kieran Gordon. You can see there a 1:31.9 that time compared to Philly's best time of 1:31.8. So absolutely nothing in it here. Tony Willis is up in the pace. That was a 1:31.3 and the gap is open now to 1.7 seconds. O'Reilly back from Clark is 0.5 seconds now. Great battle further on down. McDermott and Kettle. Kettle in the slipstream there of McDermott. And the ops just to stay behind him there. It sounded nearly like he rolled off for a wee second. And again, Clark. He's answered the call. It looks like he's stretched that gap ever so slightly. O'Reilly struggling to get stopped there at fairways. Up into Ringawati. You can see how more nimble O'Reilly's outfit is compared to Clark's. So the longer outfit, the F2, a lot more nimble, a lot more shorter. Oh, and again, there's a massive moment there for O'Reilly, trying to get the power on nice and early. But Clark has opted that time for the wider line, and it has seemed to have worked. Fastest lap for Clark, a 1:28.1. Tony Willis already still pulling away with Ian Harn in the passenger seat from Philly Newton and Kieran Gordon. So Monaghan, Owen Keeger then under pressure from McDermott. So we'll have a look. When they come back up through. So they're all spread out now this time. But not at the front. It looks like O'Reilly. So O'Reilly has got ahead of Paul Clark in this race. So O'Reilly and Mark Gash in the lead of this race now. But you can see that one machine of Daly And Clark just reeling him back in, but he's so good on the brakes, O'Reilly. And then back in through Ringawati. He may have made a mistake there because he's clawed all that time back on O'Reilly. As they make their way back through into Dunsfort. Next machine's up then, the Moto 1. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the Moto 1 class to the holding area. So O'Reilly with the fastest lap now, a 1:27.7. Paul Clark and Stephen Daly, that was a 1:29.3 that time from them per. Tony Willis, Ian Howard away through Philly Newton. He looks like he's going to be settling, and what a result there for 4th place, Philly Newton. So can Clark and Daly do anything about O'Reilly now? As they head down back towards the hairpin. Have a look to see out here. So O'Reilly is starting to pull away now from Clark. But again, once he opens the tops in that outfit, you can hear it echoing, bellowing over the Armco barrier here at Bishopscourt and ripping through the air as the machines are squealing in the distance. Tony Willis and Ian Howard. It looks like Philly Newton has actually caught back up to him again. It could be the Contessina effect, just with under braking through the chicane. But there's your leaders there, way through, and the gap is opened up massively now. Terry Riley, Mark Gash with the fastest lap once again, a 1:26.9 that time. Paul Clark and Stephen Daly, a 1:28.6. They're definitely pulling away. See what the gap is now from Philly Newton and Kieran Gordon. So this is the last lap then. The gap is 3.3 seconds. He just seems to be maintaining that. So the leaders then back at the hairpin. They're making their way back up towards us now. Look at the rooster tails coming off these outfits. As they slip and slide their way through the chicane, heading towards fairways then underneath that windmill. And braking hard for the chicane. You can see the front end of that outfit just diving under the pressure. So we'll head back up towards us now, Dunsfort. So the leaders making their way through now, down the straight. Here, a fantastic win now. Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash take the checker flag. Paul Clark, Stephen Daly settling this time for 2nd place. And what a run here for Tony Willis and Ian Harron as well. A good steady 3rd place. He was under pressure there. He crosses the line and takes it. He was under a lot of pressure from Philly Newton and Kieran Gordon at the start. But Willis was able to shake them. Next up then, Moto 1s. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. And then, of course, after the Moto 1s, we will have the FBT Ireland Superbike Race. And if it's anything like the rest of the Superbike races this weekend, we are in for a treat. Monaghan and Kettle through there. So that's the Moto 1 machines, Floors Restores Moto 1 race. Out on track now for their second lap, and they'll be heading round to line up on the grid then. So on my screens then, Billy on pole from Hubert Tomaszewski. Ocean Walsh in third, Joel Herr in fourth. Fifth place. Sixth then is Harley Smith. 7, unfortunately Ciara Cahoon won't be starting this race. She did have a wee slip, and we wish her all the best. So Alex Wardy then 8th, Jack Hamilton 9th, David Scott 10th, 11th is Finn Stevens, and Brandon Kennedy lines up in 12th. So again, we'll be looking for this battle at the front between Bailey Dobson and Tomaszewski. These conditions could change everything. We could be looking at Walsh, Herr, Graham, any of them can take this. Carl Phillips just pulling in there, getting a lap behind this group, making sure his Superbike's all good to go for the next race, of course, the SBT Ireland Superbike race. So the green flag is waved at the back, and they're going to watch the race. No Bailey Dobson in this one. And away they go after the long race. And a great slide there with David Ocean Walsh, and Joe Hurd looks like he's sliding into third place. So the machines away then, and again another great start for Tomaszewski. Walsh got a cracker of a start there. Joel Hurd just in behind him into turn 1. We'll see how they emerge at the chicane then. Mummy Hurd looking very nervous down there. But here they come then, up towards the chicane. We'll keep a close eye on Tomaszewski, especially with these conditions here. So through, heading up towards fairways, Joel Hurd still in third place, holding off William Graham by the looks of it. So into the chicane. Oh, William Graham making a move up the inside. Joel Hurd. Joel closes the door on William Graham. Excuse me, you're not getting through. Tomaszewski in the lead. Walsh with that cracker start is holding on in there in that second place, but of course it does take a wee lap or two just to get the feel of these conditions. On the start and finish straight then. Tomaszewski across the line. That's Walsh, Joel Hurd, and look at William Graham. He's in the slipstream then of Joel Hurd, and Joel repays the favour, just nips over across him and tries to get as much out of that E250 as he can. So William Graham up into third place then, but of course the two of them were at it in the previous race. So they're quite evenly matched in this one. Harley Smith then in 5th, David Scott in 6th, 7th Jack Hamilton, Brandon Kennedy in 8th. So quite a few non-starters unfortunately in this one. No Bailey Dobson, no Ciara Cahoon, Alex Wardy and Finn Stevens unfortunately have opted out. Tomaszewski now starting to pull away there. Oh, Walsh in second, Graham still in third, but close behind is Joel Herr. We'll keep an eye, look at Joel on the brakes, he just claws that wee bit of ground back up on William Graham, and look at the drive he's getting out of the chicane up into Ringawati. And again, he's right on the coattails of William Graham this time. He needs to get around him, Oh, he's not able to squeeze through, but he can get tucked into the slipstream, of course, and get as much out of that bike as he can. Here with Tomaszewski with the fastest lap away through there, 128.4, 129.8 for Ocean Walsh. William Graham, a 130.1. Joel Herr, 130.5. We'll look back now to Smith and Scott across the line. So Scott still struggling to get past Harley Smith in the slipstream there. You see the orange bib flapping in the wind as they tip into the first corner. And you can hear just a wee comfort roll from these machines in these conditions into that first corner. Brandon Kennedy away through there. Jack Hamilton then up the top half of the track. Maybe not feeling these conditions at all, but the leaders then back up towards us again. Tomaszewski still very late on the brakes into the chicane. He's still pushing hard. So is Walsh. Joel Herr once again closed right back up. These pair look like they're actually closing the gap on Walsh. So they're getting the hang of these conditions now. The gap back from Walsh to Graham last time was 1.6 seconds. We'll see what it is this time round. Oh, Joel Herr makes a move up the inside on William Graham. So William demoted to fourth. Oh, he has to go back into the slipstream then of William Graham. Again, Tomaszewski with the fastest lap of 127.6. He's still pushing hard. Walsh with a 129.5. William Graham with a 129.9. Joel Herr with a 129.8. So his pace is strong here in this one. Again, looking down at the hairpin. Still pushing on. Walsh looks like he's opened that gap back up again. So it was 1.9 the last time they crossed the line. So Walsh looking safe enough there in that second place. But William Graham still under pressure from Herr. See the bike's moving about ever so slightly on the brakes, and Herr with that drive out of the chicane then through Ringawati. William Graham goes a wee bit wide then. Herr going round the outside of William Graham into Dunsford, back up into third place. They're side by side through Dunsford. Something has to give here, and it's William Graham tucks in behind Joel Herr then. Joe back up into third, but the speed of that Tyranda machine, at Wood Academy racing machine, he just has to do it all again here this lap. And looking back then with Harley Smith and David Scott. So Scott's still not getting the bike. He got good drive out of Dunsford there, but the two of them, he has to get tucked into the slipstream of Smith. You can see slightly different gearing from them two machines, but he did get good drive out of that top corner. Oh, you can't be doing this something now, Jack. We'll maybe just hold off for a wee second because this race is heating up here, Jack. I don't think you can hear me, whether you want to hear me or not. So, no, obviously not. There we go then. Tomaszewski, He's in the lead. So Joe Hurd back in front of William Graham now as he's going down the front straight. Walsh still, he's opening up that gap. So Joe Hurd across the line. If he was able to get it across the line, William Graham would get the better of him with the speed of that Tyranda. And you can see, of course, the rain lights on the machines. So back, a wee bit further back then, Harley Smith still dicing it out with Scott. And Scott is trying everything here. Same manoeuvre there the last time. He takes a tighter line than Harley Smith, so he just has to go that wee bit wider and cut across him. 4.5 laps left of this race then. And the last step of the podium, it's still all to play for. And they're coming up the slower riders, they're side by side there. And that was coming through, heading up towards Fairways, the slower rider in front. Again, the cogs are going here. What are they going to do? Right round the outside, the two of them through, nice and cleanly there. They had to readjust for Ringawati. Again, William Graham wide on the exit of Ringawati. And again, Joe Hurd round the outside and up the inside of Dunsford. Push up! They had a slip off there, unfortunately. Dunsford. So William Graham there. Across. He's looking a wee bit winded there just. So we've got a red flag here, unfortunately. We've got a red flag in this race, unfortunately. A slip off at Dunsford.
Over the 4 races, and that goes to number 73, Sidecar and Stephen Garrett. And the money is sponsored by Stuart Blair and Stephen Blair. Something there. The other event, what they do. first liquor presentation for the second Moto 1 race. And we have our company here, John Pascal, our steward, who's very kindly did it. He's very kindly to in the Monday, so the second race today, this race here, we can see him twice Monday as well as we can do. So, this race is
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Superbike machines will be out on track very shortly. If the remainder of you want to make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as possible, for the SBT Ireland Superbike race. And this is over 8 laps. So again, just a wee update there on that incident at Dunsfoot. The rider is up perfectly okay, wee bit winded, but the marshals and paramedics doing a fantastic job here and getting that cleared up and making sure everyone is safe. So the Superbikes then heading out onto the track now for this SBT Ireland. So on pole position then will be Carl Phillips. Of course, Corey McGreevy unfortunately isn't here. The Magadoo team choose not to race on a Sunday. Johnny Campbell in third. He'll be chasing his second win of the day. Derek Shields in fourth. Ryan Gibson fifth. Sixth is Aaron Spence. Seventh, Ross Irwin. Andrew Rardy in eighth. Dean McMaster in ninth. And Jack Wardy, first of the Cup riders, in 10th. Alan Kenny, 11th. Daniel Matheson lines up in 12th place. Carl McGahan in 13th. 14th is Aaron Armstrong. Jordan McCord then lines up 15th. 16th is James Chalk. 17th, Graham McAleese. 18th, Mark Hewitt. 19th is Aaron Abbott. Carl Phillips then, he did have a lap there just to see if his machine was okay. And we're all ready to go then. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. and they're told to watch the lights. Straight away, on the launch control, Carl Phillips. What a great start there once again from Carl Phillips, and Johnny Campbell getting a better start this time. We're moving over to the right hand side, tipping into the first corner. I think Carl Phillips was the one who got the whole shot with that one. So the machine's heading towards the hairpin now. And it looks like Carl Phillips already pulling a gap on this, but Johnny Campbell got a better start this time round. Of course, different conditions from the first race. Through, up in towards fairways, then the machines come. It is Carl Phillips on the SBT Ireland Superbike, followed by Johnny Campbell on his BMW 1000RR through Ringawati. Nice and smooth then through Ringawati up into Dunsfort. Just feeling the lay of the land here with this one. Carl Phillips is getting quickly introduced here. And Johnny Campbell, a good battle there. Mark Haight. So Mark Haight has made his way up into third place in this race. Mark Haight ahead of Derek Shields. Ryan Gibson in fifth. Daniel Masters in sixth. Seventh, Dean McMaster. Eighth, Card McGahan. Jordan McCord then in ninth. 10th is Aaron Armstrong. 11th, Damien Carson. And Aaron Abbott in 12th. Back at the chicane, the gap back to Johnny Campbell the last time was 1.8 seconds. So we'll keep an eye out on that one when they cross the line again. It may have opened ever so slightly here. So through into fairways. Oh, Derek Shields has got the better of Mark Haight again. Mark Haight so deep on the brakes. And so is Dean Campbell. So Dean McMaster, apologies, on Ryan Gibson. So Ryan Gibson under a lot of pressure now from McMaster. Here we go, the leaders back on the start and finish straight. Carl Phillips, Johnny Campbell with the fastest lap, and the gap is down to 1.8 seconds. Off the line, Derek Shields, Mark Haight, Ryan Gibson, and Daniel Matheson just dropping off the pace ever so slightly here. Jordan McCord, Armstrong, Damien Carson, and Aaron Abbott all together on the track. So the gap now is 1.8 seconds back from Carl Phillips. Johnny Campbell with the fastest lap of 1:13.5. Carl Phillips at 1:13.6. So he's still hunting them down. Remember, this is only an 8-lap race. Go ahead, Kenny. So just to let you all know, guys, nobody has to move in the paddock until after these next two races. So we can get things up and going here pretty quick. And of course, everyone needs to get their machines back to their vans at the end of the day. And we'll get this racing done for the day. Carl Phillips still in the lead. Johnny Campbell, fastest lap again. The gap now is 1.4. A 1:12.9 for Johnny Campbell. Sub 1:13s in the wet conditions. Mark Haight starting to drop back off the pace now. Dean McMaster, he's going to be in his clutches here very shortly. Ryan Gibson in 6th. Carl McGahan 7th. 8th, Jordan McCord up into 8th place. Aaron Armstrong up into 9th. 10th is David Carson, and 11th, Aaron Abbott. Daniel Matheson unfortunately retiring out of this race. So through the chicane, Carl Phillips. Johnny Campbell just losing a wee bit of drive there out of the chicane maybe. Just looked a wee bit slower. He might have went up. There's a bit of tarmac on the exit of that chicane. Sometimes when you go on it's a wee bit bumpy and you have to shut off. And in these conditions it could be slippy. Through Ringawati then. Back up towards Dunsfort. Is he going to do it again here? Johnny Campbell still chasing him down. The gap 1.4. the last time round. Carl Phillips crosses the line, still posting the fastest laps. It's 1.8 now, so Carl Phillips has pulled away ever so slightly on Johnny Campbell. That may have been a mistake at the chicane. Mark Hewitt, that BMW of Mark Hewitt just getting a wee bit feisty at the back end. And so is the number 31 of Damien Carson. He's leading the cup class at the minute, but the back end of that R1 just starting to move about a wee bit. You can see the track drying. There's a dry line around the track, and this is when these full wet tires start to overheat and the carcass starts to move about. So this could be interesting in the last couple of laps if there's any tires starting to drop off. Through fairways then. Carl Phillips still wet, very wet up there around Ringawaddy. Now back up towards Dunsfort then. Here's Carl Phillips. Look at the bike moving about underneath him. He's starting to feel comfortable, but look at that gap. The gap is now ever so slightly down. 1.8 that last lap for Carl Phillips. A 112.8.9. Johnny Campbell 112.8.7. So Mark Hewitt still holding off Ryan Gibson and Carl McGahan. And Carl McGahan still pushing hard behind Mark Hewitt. Get a call for the Supersport Cup machines, please, to the holding area. That's the Supersport Cup machines to the holding area. We'll have a look back to the leaders. Again, Johnny Campbell, he doesn't seem to be making any headway now on Carl Phillips. Carl Phillips could be controlling this race. He always felt very comfortable in the wet, very confident in his machines. Looking there, Derek Shields is all alone there in third place. McMaster there in fourth. Oh, Gibson up the inside of Mark Hewitt. Does he make it? No, Mark Hewitt closes the door on him, and Gibson has lost all that time then. So Gibson has to make all that time back. Gibson's really under pressure now by Carl McGahan. So Carl McGahan pushing Gibson hard. The gap is now back up again. Carl Phillips 2.1 across the line that time. So the gap back from Phillips 2.1. Dean McMaster still holding on that fourth place. Mark Hewitt for 3 seconds back on McMaster, but only 0.3 Ryan Gibson across the line. And you can see that gap starting to open up now massively. Johnny Campbell, I think, is going to be taking the points in this one, as Carl Phillips continues to pull away here and the track continues to dry off. So out onto the start and finish straight then. Last lap time for Carl Phillips. Big long loop behind the shoulder there for Johnny Campbell. He's safe in that second place. Derek Shields in third. Derek Shields again taking the podium. He's a further 8.9 seconds back off Johnny Campbell. Dean McMaster across the line, 5 seconds back on Shields. But look at this. So Gibson has finally got past Mark Hewitt, but now Mark Hewitt is under pressure from Carl McGahan. So McGahan going very well here with that machine. So another call, please, for the Supersport Cup machines to the holding area. That's the Supersport Cup machines, please, to the holding area. So again, the leaders, Carl Phillips looks like he's ran away with this one once again. Just a handful of corners left to go through Ringawaddy. And also we'll try and keep an eye on Ryan Gibson, Mark Hewitt and McGahan as the leaders round Dunsfort for the last time in the Superbike this weekend. So here we go then. Carl Phillips taking another win. The SBT Ireland Superbike race on the SBT Ireland Superbike. Johnny Campbell in second place. And Derek Shields, a big wheelie across the line. Great to see Shields back at the short circuits. Dean McMaster across the line in a good fourth place. Ryan Gibson fifth, Mark Hewitt sixth, and Carl McGahan just didn't have enough at the end there. Finishes in seventh. On a good battle further back here across the line. That's Armstrong getting the better of McCord. And then Aaron Abbott. So again, Supersport Cup machines should be in the holding area and ready for your race. That's race 15 in your programme. And then we'll finish off the day, race 16 with the Moto 3, the lightweight Supersport, and the Supersport 300. So again, we're going to be doing the prize presentations for anyone lucky enough to win anything. Again, if you have borrowed a transponder, please bring it back. Aaron McCann, Tony Willis, Ezra Clark, can you all please return your transponders? So if anyone has any that are out in this class at the minute, can you please return your transponders?
Tony Willis just been up.
Okay.
And I texted Aaron McCann. He's helping somebody in the Supersport Cup, so he said he'll bring it up.
Happy days. Oh. So the Supersport Cup machine's now out on track. And again, this is over 10 laps. And of course the Moto 3, the lightweight Supersport, and the Supersport 300, again over 10 laps. And that will finish off the day, finish off a great weekend here at Bishopscourt for the Mid Antrim 100 Club. $150 club, sorry. So lining up on the grid lane, Evan Larkin, he'll be chasing another win here. Mark McGowan in second, Scott Clements third, Brian Hamilton in fourth. I'm not sure if Brian was able to make it out. I think he had a mechanical in the last race. The bike was smoking very heavily. Gareth Dunlop fifth, Albert Pinder sixth. Seventh is Andrew Loughlin. James Porter in 8th. 9th is Paul O'Rourke. 10th, Barry Gosson. 11th, Dean Graham. 12th is Nathan Mile. 13th, Stuart Heason. 14th, Conor Maguire. 15th, Ross Quinn. Then we'll have Keith O'Brien, Ezra Clark, Johnny Davey, John O'Donovan and Connor Curtis. And there's not that many on the grid. But here we go, we're racing anyway. The green flag is waved at the back. And they're told to watch the lights. Watch Scott Clements off the line here. And away you go. Evan Larkin looking right over to the left hand side. Scott Clements with a good start there. But I'm not sure who's getting the whole shot into turn 1. We'll have to wait until they come back up towards us here. So what started off as a full grid, it is quite heavily depleted now. So as we look down towards the hairpin, the leader's heading in through the chicane now.
The final presentation for the SAP, yes, Ulster Superbike Race. In third place is number 82, third place.
So it looks like it's Evan Larkin. He's in the lead list one. So Evan Larkin in the lead as they're doing the prize presentation for the Superbikes. But here we go then. So it's Evan Larkin, followed by across the line Mark McGowan and Ross Quinn. So Scott Clements dropping way back in that one, shaking his head there. He might have made a mistake. He might have made a mistake somewhere around that first lap. Carl Phillips just receiving his trophy there. So well done, the Superbike contenders there. It was SBT Superbike Race. So this Supersport Cup, Evan Larkin in the lead from Mark McGowan, Ross Quinn, Barry Gosson. Scott Clements got a good start there, but he was shaking the head on the way through and he's dropped way back down the field. So it's still Larkin in the lead then, braking for fairways. And that Yamaha McGowan is starting to reel him in a wee bit now. He's starting to feel the grip levels out in this track. Scott Clements, again, a lot of work to do there for Clements. He has worked his way back up ever so slightly. So back on to the start and finish then. The gap was 0.7, it's now 0.6. And the fastest lap so far for Mark McGowan, a 120.3. Scott Clements there has made his way back up into 4th place, a 123.6. We'll keep an eye on his lap time the next time around. He's got a good clear road ahead of him here. Barry Gosson, Dean Graham, Stuart Hazen and Johnny Davey all the way through. So again at the chicane then, Larkin still under pressure here from McGowan. He might be able to get a pit board here, or he might even hear that R6 Yamaha screaming in behind him over the top of the ZX6. A great run there too for Ross Quinn in 3rd place, and he's in a good safe 3rd place at the minute. Scott Clements in 4th. Is there enough laps for Scott Clements to do anything and get back onto that podium as the leaders come back down towards us here then? Evan Larkin. Well, that machine just jumping out of gear there. One of the machines jumping out of gear in the way it passed. It didn't sound quite right. Way through Ross Quinn then. And there's Scott Clements. So he's closed the gap now on Ross Quinn. It is now 4.9 seconds. Scott Clements for a lap time at 1:23.4. Ross Quinn was 1:24.3. The Moto 3 lightweight, Supersport and the Supersport 300s, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. So the leaders back up with us here again. Still Larkin over McGowan and Quinn. Where is Scott Clements? Scott Clements still fighting in there in that 4th place. Through Dunsford then come the leaders, and they make their way back down on the start and finish straight. Evan Larkin across the line, 6 laps to go then. McGowan with the fastest lap once again, as a 1:19.6 that time from McGowan. And here's Quinn, the gap last time was 4.9 seconds. What is it this time round? Oh, Scott Clements pushing hard, using all of the track a bit more. 4.3 seconds, so it is down ever so slightly. 6 laps to go in this race. Will he be able to do anything? And Dean Graham just in behind Barry Gaston there. Dean Graham lapping 1:25 that time round for Dean Graham, 1:25.8. So he's caught right back up to Barry Gaston. And we might see him making a move somewhere on this lap. Leaders just out of the chicane now. Again, that gap, it just seems to be staying where it is there. So it was 0.5 in the last cross the line. But he's closed. McGowan looks like he's closed right back up again at Ringawati. So the leaders back with us here at the start and finish straight then. Evan Larkin across the line then. Evan Larkin posting the fastest lap. So he's responded to McGowan at 1:19.5. Mark McGowan that time at 1:19.6 that time. And with an incident there at Dunsford. The rider is up and okay. I think that's Ross Quinn, unfortunately, but he's up and okay, and the bike is off the track. So that was Ross Quinn then. It looked like it was number 255. So 4.5 laps left of this race. The Moto 3 lightweight, Supersport and Supersport 300 want to make their way to the holding area, please. Ian Larkin still being pushed here by McGowan. As around, McGowan's right on him now. So McGowan is right within slipstream contention of Larkin. He moves over to the left hand side. He uses the power. Indicate stage left. Thank you. McGowan is up into the lead now of this race. He posted the fastest lap last time round, a 1:18.7 compared to Larkin's 1:19.3. So his pace is getting stronger. He's feeling confident in this one. Scott Clements, of course, up into 3rd place after that slip off from Ross Quinn. Further down the field then, Dean Graham. He's on a charge now. Barry Gaston starting to pull away. It's 1.8 seconds now, the gap back to Gaston. Larkin still right on the tail end. Up the inside of McGowan into the fairways. And he gets it stopped and he hugs the left hand side. And in through Ringawati. So Larkin back in the lead of this one. Larkin looks like he was going defensive there through Dunsfort. He might lose a wee bit of drive. Look how dry the track is here now at the start and finish straight. And look at the speed of that Yamaha then. Larkin with a slight disadvantage, but he tucks in the front of McGann and closes the door on him on turn 1. Scott Clements now in for a safe 3rd place. His last lap was a 1:22.8. And see if he started pacing himself off. It was a 1:22.6 that time. So he's consistently within the 1:22s. Ross Quinn there, so unfortunate. He was on for a good podium there as he brings the machine back in through pit lane. Dean Graham across the line then. And again, let me see here, a 3.2 second gap now from Dean Graham back to Gaston. So the leaders then are back round through Ringawati, heading for Dunsfort. You can hear them just easing out the clutch there just as they tip into Dunsfort. Back on the start and finish. So Larkin still ahead of McGann. But McGann moving once again over to the left hand side. Is he going to have enough room? Is there going to be a gap? Is Larkin going to leave a gap for him? He does indeed. So McGann up the inside. Larkin running slightly wide there through turn 1. Scott Clements then back out onto the start and finish straight. And he just looks like he was maybe rubbing his visor there, maybe finding it difficult to see. So McGann still in the lead then. I think Larkin lost a wee bit of time there through turn 1. And he's pushed a wee bit wide. There's Dean Graham way through and Barry Gaston then. Larkin making up an awful lot of time there through the fairways, and he's right back with McGowan through Ringawati. Oh, and a slip off there for Larkin through Ringawati. It's just a wee slide. He got lucky. The bike moved to the other side of it. So McGowan then. So McGowan in the lead, clearly in the lead of this race. So Evan is up and okay. He's absolutely fine. It was just a wee slide on the grass, but unfortunately that is his race over. McGowan with the fastest lap that time round, 1:18.3. Evan Larkin, unfortunately, he's going to drop down the timing screens here. Scott Clements up into second place then. So if he's got a pit board out there, let him know on this last lap. He is currently in second place. And the pit board is ready to go here. P2 plus 20 for Scott Clements. And a big long look over his shoulder there as well, just to make sure. I'm not saying that he doesn't believe Big John, but he's just making sure. So Dean Graham then. A massive gap back then to Barry Gaston. But we'll keep an eye on your leader through Dunsfort. Coming on to the start and finish then now. So here we go then. Checkered flag. Fantastic win. Mark McGowan takes the win in this 10-lap Supersport Cup race. The Slamish Water Coolers B race. Scott Clements then. He's just gonna be taking it home nice and easy, Scott. And he is indeed. You can hear the revs on that machine just dropped right down now, and he's gonna take home this second place. And he's just riding that bike back to the start and finish line then. Dean Graham still sounds like he's pushing here. He's revving out that ZX6 right near to the limiter. A good look behind him. And a well-deserved podium finish there for Scott Clements in second place. Dean Graham then around Dunsford for the last time this weekend. And across the line, third place then for Dean Graham. Barry Gaston then fourth. And Johnny Davey comes in fifth place. And Stuart Heason, of course, in sixth. So last race of the day then, coming up, the Moto 3s, the lightweight Supersport and the Supersport 300 machines. So hopefully you are all in the holding area ready to go. Again, these bikes coming into pit lane and they will be carrying out the prize presentation. And I'm going to get a wee sip of water and wait for these lightweight machines to go back out onto the track.
It's a long 2 days, isn't it?
It is a long 2 days.
Especially when you hardly get a break.
No.
Just the two that's out in this next race.
Good job. Good stuff.
Okay, so this is the presentation for the Bishopscourt Race, sponsored by Simmons Water Gunners, Neil Robinson here. On third place, number 334, Dean Graham. 334, Dean Graham. And second place, number 321, Scott Clements. And the winner of the Superbikes Cup race, number 104, Portugal.
Again, well done to everyone involved there in the Supersport Cup. We now move on to the last race of the weekend, the Moto 3, the lightweight Supersport, and the Supersport 300. Of course, the Moto 3 machines split grids for them. As we look on, they're very keen here to get going. Just waiting on a late comer here. So here we go then. The green flag is being waved. So everyone's on the grid, waiting, ready to go. Slight delay here. So I think we're getting the go ahead then, and the riders are told to watch the lights. On the limiter again, then Prairie Motorbikes, and they're away. Great start there once again, Ruben Sherman Boyd. Now for the Moto 3 machines. Keep an eye on Alexander Rowan on pole, Matt Davison in second. Oh, look at Buster Sherman Boyd. Buster Sherman Boyd with a great start once again. And Jessica Hamilton on that wee 125 Honda away. So we'll look on at the leaders in the Supersport 400 class. It is Ruben Sherman Boyd there. And again, there's so many different classes within this one race. So we will try and keep up as best we can. Through Ringawati go the leaders. And back out through up into Dunsfort. Remember, this is another 10 lapper. So it is a long way around for these wee machines. Ruben Sherman Boyd across the line. Finn Stevens then. Back up into second place again. No, there's Bailey Dobson. Dropped to fourth, but he's third in the Supersport 300. Alana Mayer fifth. Across the line there, Supersport 300. Here's a Moto 3 bike. And they're all still together. A freight train of Moto 3 machines. Tipping into turn one. Didn't quite see what type of tyres they had on, but it looked like the majority of them had full wets. So this can even the ground out for that Moto 3 class especially. So again, back at the chicane. Just looking Ruben. Tipping into fairways then. Finn Stevens starting to gain a gap there. So he's looking pretty comfortable in the lead of this Supersport 300 race. So down the start and finish once again, Ruben Sherman Boyd. He has a massive lead now. Of course, they're running their own championships, running their own points. Finn Stevens then. Max Wardy, Billy Dobson and Owen Everard away through. Alana Mayer still holding on. We have fifth place across the line. The Moto 3 machines cross the line there. So it looks like Alexander Rowan starting to disappear now in this Moto 3 race. There's Roy Worth. So Roy Worth didn't get the start that he wanted in this one, but he is second in the lightweight Supersport 400. Jessica Hamilton then on the wee 125. Again, listen to that wee 400 just blipping down the gears there through fairways. And we're watching Alexander Rowan just starting to chip away at them Supersport 300 bikes. You can hear it just tipping the limiter there, absolutely flat out. And then back on it nice and early as Ruben Sherman Boyd back through for another lap. 120.9 there for Ruben Sherman Boyd. 122.8 for Finn Stevens. Billy Dobson 121.2. Away through Alexander Rowan with the fastest lap of 119.3. Buster Sherman Boyd and Matt Davison having a good day, sir. Buster moves over out of the slipstream, but he has to tuck back in. Is he going to try and make a move up the inside of Davison? No. Davison closes the door. And he's going to have to try that all again. Johnny Parker across the line in the Parker Transport machine. On then towards Ruben Sherman Boyd. Again coming up to complete yet another lap on that Supersport 400 machine. Miles ahead of second place Roy Worth. So across the line there he goes. And the battle continues then for the Supersport 300 class. Billy Dobson just ahead of Finn Stevens then. And he crosses the line. Finn Stevens. Oh, a massive backfire there from, I think that was maybe Finn Stevens' machine. So if someone wants to pick up that piston, please feel free. Moto 3 machines away through. It's still Alexander Rowan from Buster Sherman Boy. Then got the better of Matt Davison on that lap. Johnny Parker on that 250 machine. First year for him this season racing the Moto 3 bikes. Jessica Holland way through, Roy Worth way through, and here's Ruben Sherman Boyd. Already he could end up lapping second place. And the Supersport 300 machine, Billy Dobson still leading the way in that from Finn Stevens. And look at Alexander Rowan still cutting his way through the traffic here. Uncorrected time, he is in second place. Buster Sherman Boyd starting to disappear now. He's starting to open up that gap from Matt Davison. So 4.5 laps to go with this one then. And just a reminder for anyone, any of the teams out there who have a rider out on track and have a transponder borrowed from the timekeepers, can you please return it? So if you grab it off your rider before they come back round or go back to your van. We've got Jessica Hamilton then on the DHR 125 Honda. And here is Ruben Sherman Boyd once again. 4 laps to go then. Roy Worst, he has lapped Roy Worst. That's second place man in the Supersport 400 category. Billy Dobson then. Finn Stevens closing up on him a wee bit. So the gap's now down to 0.5 seconds on the road. Buster Sherman Boyd see a way through here. 0.6 seconds was the gap last time. It is now 0.076 across the line. He's still got a lot of work to do, young Matt Davison. He's looking away around the outside, is he? He's maybe lining up turn 2. And he'll be able to cut in and get the better of Buster in through turn 2. We're heading down towards us here then. Ruben Sherman Boyd just blipping that 400 in the background. And these super sport machines. Oh, Finn Stevens has got the better of Billy Dobson this time. So Billy Dobson coming into slower traffic there just. I think he got caught up a wee bit. So Finn Stevens found the right way around. And now Alexander Rowan is coming to play in this party. So Alexander Rowan just at the back of these two Supersport 300 machines. So just seeing there's a retirement maybe. So it looks like a retirement there for Jessica Hamilton, unfortunately. There's the Supersport machine. There's the Moto 3. There's Matt Davison. But Matt Davison still chasing Buster down. Still 0.3 seconds behind Buster Sherman Boyd. Alana Mayer on the Supersport 300 machine away through. So we're heading for the Echo, and there he is, Ruben Sherman Boyd then. And it is a lovely sounding machine as he blips down the gearbox, tipping into fairways. We look back then at the Moto 3 machines. And that is Johnny Parker then. Just sounds a wee bit of a misfire in that machine or something, or maybe just as a different exhaust system than the rest of them. So here we go then, 2 laps to go in this one. Alexander Rowan leading the Moto 3 race, and he's actually leading on corrected time as well. That was a 1:19.1, 1:19.3. He done 1:19.1 was his fastest. Second place, Buster Sherman Boyd then. As he crosses the line, he's starting to pull a wee bit of a gap now on Matt Davison. Third place, Matt Davison. Fourth place, Johnny Parker at the minute. Jessica Hamilton unfortunately retired there at Dunsport, but leading the lightweight Supersport, Ruben Sherman Boyd from Roy Worst. Supersport 300 and Finn Stevens taking advantage of Billy Dobson there just through slower riders. Third place Max Wardy, fourth was Owen Everard, Alana Mayer in fifth, Jordan McGahan in sixth, and seventh is Marley Brown. Jordan McGahan away through there. Johnny Parker, and here comes Ruben then again. The last lap flag out for this race. In room 1:21.6 that time for Ruben. He has dropped off the pace ever so slightly. Alexander Rowan leading on the corrected time, but of course they are running their own championships here. Oh, look at Matt Davison. So Matt Davison has clawed back up that time from Ruben Sherman Boyd, or Buster, apologies. Matt Davison goes to the right hand side of Buster. Is he going to cut in front of me? He does. So Matt Davison up into second place in this Moto 3 race. Alana Mayer then still holding on to that fifth. Makes her way through. Marley Brown, Roy worst way through there. Remember, second of the lightweight Supersport machines. So here comes Ruben Sherman Boyd then. Look at Alexander Rowan too. He's caught nearly right up to him. So another couple of laps he could have got past Ruben. So Finn Stevens still ahead of Billy Dobson in this one. But here comes your leader, Ruben Sherman Boyd in the lightweight Supersport 400 class. Cross the line to take the win. And Alexander Rowan, winner of the Moto 3. And Finn Stevens, well fought battle in the Supersport 300 class, takes the win from Billy Dobson in second. Matt Davison still ahead of Buster here as they go across the line. He waves over to the right hand side, and second place for Matt Davison. Across the line there, Max Wardy taking third place in the Supersport 300. Owen Everard fourth. And again, don't forget there will be a prize presentation after this one as well. So there is Alana Mayer finishing fifth in the Supersport 300. See who gets the better here. Jordan McGahan from Marley Brown and Roy Worst across the line. Roy taking second in the lightweight Supersport 400. Marley Brown seventh in the Supersport 300. And then across the line, don't sit up now, Jordan McGahan across the line then, 6th Supersport 300. Moto 3 race then, Johnny Parker 4th. So again, ladies and gentlemen, prize presentation after this one for this class. And please, if you have a rider out there, can you please grab their transponder and bring it up to the timekeepers? That's Johnny Parker and Alana Mayer. Can you please return their transponders? Because I'm sure they don't want to be walking up them steps after that 10-lap race. So that's Johnny Parker and Alana Mayer. Can someone please return their transponders for us? So the prize presentation for this one then is going to be taking place very, very shortly. And again, just want to thank the Mid Antrim 150 Club for a great weekend's racing, and it ran like absolute clockwork. Thanks to the whole team, thanks to Kitty Clark of course, doing a fantastic job. The marshals, flag marshals, paramedics, scrutineers, absolutely everybody involved, including the wee chip fan, the gourmet grill behind us here. Thanks for feeding us all, and the espresso bar of course for keeping us all awake. And we're thinking about the following riders. Hopefully you all get well soon, and we can see you out in the next one. Don't forget Armoy next weekend, Friday, Saturday, and there will be a chat show on Thursday night in the bar in Armoy, and also the Classic Bike Festival 1st, 2nd and 3rd of August. Big thumbs up from Robin Titterington. It's a fantastic event, and we all look forward to it every single year, and you would agree it is getting bigger and better, and we're looking forward to a bit of crack there. But of course Armoy next, and hopefully we'll see you all there. But please, once again, a reminder for Johnny Parker and Alana Mayer. I know you haven't got your helmet off yet, Alana, but please return your transponder. Great shooting today from all you guys. And of course, thank you to all the riders and teams for entertaining us all today. It has been a long weekend, and thank you for all the crack. And we'll see you next time at Armoy, and next time here at Bishopscourt for the Classic Bike Festival the week after. Please everybody, keep the racing to the track, safe home, and we'll see you all next time. Thank you. And of course, thank you to everyone who tuned in on YouTube and subscribed and liked and through the super stickers and all that. It's fantastic. Thank you so much. And again, we will try our best to get a live stream for our Moy. We are struggling to get a good position for the cameras, etc., because the comedy booth again is just in a slightly awkward position, and it can be difficult for us to even see what's going on, never mind get a camera situated. So we will try our best, but of course next year we are talking about going bigger and better again. And if I can just need a couple of extra grand to get the cameras that we need. But listen guys, thanks very much, and once again we hope to see you on the flip side then. And if you are about at Armoy, please come and say hello. And of course the Classic Bike Festival will be here all weekend. Bikes out on the 2nd and 3rd of August, but the whole festival runs through the 1st, 2nd and 3rd. So we look forward to seeing you all guys, and thanks very much for watching and tuning in, and we'll see you next time.